Good morning. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Board of Regents of Del Mar College, convening at 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, June 12th in the Eisenstein Boardroom, Harvard Center. We do have a quorum, so I will convene the meeting. And let's begin, please, with a moment of silence. Thank you. Gabe, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a tradition, and that is to begin our meetings repeating together the mission statement of Del Mar College as a reminder of why we're ultimately all here. So would you please join me? Del Mar College provides access to quality education, workforce preparation, and lifelong for student and community success. And as a reminder, Del Mar College is streaming the live audio and video from the official Board of Regents meetings on the college's website in real time, with the exception of portions of the meeting considered as closed session by statute. And actually, we're going to begin the morning in a brief closed session before we move into our candidate interviews, which will be conducted in open session. So if you'll just sit tight for a second, let me read the language, and then we'll clear the room. We're going into closed section pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074A1, personal matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, including appointment of District 4 Regent with possible discussion and action in open session, and Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer with possible discussion and action in open session, and the seeking legal advice from counsel with possible discussion and action in open session. So at 8:32, we'll go into closed session, and we'll excuse those of you in the room to the outer area for just a few minutes. We are calling the meeting back to order again at 8:44 a.m. and I'm going to ask our board counsel, Augie Rivetta, to talk us through the next segment of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. McCampbell. Regents, you're about to begin the interview process for the 3 candidates that have been selected for interviews to replace the District 4 vacancy. The procedure will work as follows. Each candidate Shortly, we're going to ask the candidates to come up to draw for positions of presentation, 1, 2, or 3. This is all taking place in open session. I see that we still have the closed session. Is this on the monitor? Okay, there we go. All right. The interviews will take place in open session. While a candidate is presenting, the other 2 candidates will wait outside as a courtesy. Each candidate will have approximately 30 minutes with you. The process will be that they will be given an opportunity for a brief intro, opening statement, if you will, and then there are 3 questions that they will be asked. The chair will direct those questions. Mr. McCampbell, you will direct those questions. There will be a timer on the board that will show 9 minutes, which is the time that's been allotted for the answering to those questions. After that, board members, you will have approximately 10 minutes to ask any follow-up questions that you wish, and then the candidate will be given an opportunity to wrap up. So, any questions, board members, before you begin? If not, then I'd like to ask for the candidates to please come forward, and Ms. Jessica Alanis, who's our elections administrator, who has the ping pong balls.
This is so sophisticated. We love it. So potential regents, we do have laugh and have a good time. So just want to let you know, we're not.
1, 2, 3, we'll go in the box.
And there's sound effects too.
Yes.
So Augie, would you repeat into the microphone the order
Yes.
so we have it?
Armando Solis will be number 1. Dr. Mary Sherwood will be number 2. And Mr. Raymond Rose will be number 3. So,
Great.
all right. Any other questions before we begin, Regents?
don't think so.
Okay.
Mr. Solis, welcome to the platform. Thank you for your interest. We really appreciate your interest in this. We're going to start, as Augie said, with take about 3 minutes just to sort of introduce yourself, and then after that we'll go into the questions.
This is an interesting situation for me. This is the first time I've interviewed for a job in 25 years. So I held the last one for quite a while. But good morning. I want to thank you all very much for the opportunity to address you today and to be considered as one of the 3 finalists for the District 4 position. As has been mentioned, my name is Armando Solis. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I've been a Texan all my life. From a fairly poor background, didn't have much, but didn't know we didn't have much. Our father was a hardworking individual, but he always made a point of keeping the focus on education. And throughout my life, be it in college or when I was in the military, the focus was always, from my perspective, always on education. I had the opportunity to attend college in Texas. I went to St. Edward's University. I majored in mathematics, but I also was attending university during a difficult time for our country. It was during the Vietnam War, and as I was finishing up my time in college, my senior year. During that time, the way folks would get drafted is your birthday determined a lottery number. And this is the only lottery that I've ever won. I ended up guaranteed that I was going to be drafted, when I finished school. And sure enough, as I approached my senior year in college, the Army came tapping and they said, be prepared, you're going to have to go through your induction physical. And it was going to be, if I went into the Army as a draftee, it was going to be at the lowest rank that the Army has, as an E1, which is enlisted position 1 at the bottom, a private. But because I was getting ready to finish my 4 years and get my bachelor's, I wanted to see if there was any other option. And I looked into the Navy. The Navy really appealed to me. They offered me officer candidate school. So it meant that instead of 2 years in the Army, I'd have to serve 3 years in the Navy, but I'd get to serve as an officer. And I went in really with the intent that that's what I was going to do. I was going to go into the Army, into the Navy, and then move on and go to grad school afterwards. As it turned out, I think throughout my life, I really feel that God's kind of guided me in the right direction. The Navy ended up being the second best thing I've ever done in my life. The first was marrying my wife, Grace. And this is I'm not joking. Today is our wedding anniversary, and we've been married for 47 years. So it's
About 30 seconds for your warm-up. Sorry.
yes. And so again, I'm very pleased to be here. I look forward to discussing the issues that are forthcoming. And I'm ready whenever you are for the next phase.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Solis. First question, what makes Del Mar College's mission powerful to you?
The 3 components, really an outstanding education, the ability to prepare for the workforce and lifelong learning. Those 3 components really tie in well to everything that I look for throughout my life. Even though I'm not an alumnus of a community college, without a doubt, the successes that I've been able to attain throughout my life have been really, I really focus them on the fact that education opened the doors that allowed me to get to those opportunities. Without that, I couldn't have gone through, again, a poor kid from a background that I came from would have never expected to have been able, afforded the opportunity to become a naval officer, to serve on a nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine as a department head. All of that really focused on the fact that it came from my background in mathematics. It allowed me to do those kinds of things. once I was in the Navy, the logical progression as you move up is you want to look forward for the opportunity, because the Navy is really good at identifying individuals that they want to grant the opportunity to get their graduate degrees. Again, I was very, very fortunate to be selected by the Navy, essentially given a 2-year sabbatical to go to the Naval Postgraduate School, and I attained my master's degree in Operations Research Systems Analysis. And it really, again, afforded me the opportunity to continue progressing in my career throughout the Navy. As I was getting ready to retire from the Navy, I retired from the Navy, and...
Wait a minute.
1 minute?
Yeah, on this question. Keep going.
The opportunity to progress in life and use the opportunity to teach other kids the value of education. Look forward to retiring from the Navy, and I was going to become a math major, a math teacher in high school, and I used that opportunity to put out that I was getting ready to retire, and I started looking. Flower Bluff had an opening in ROTC, and I took that leap, became an ROTC instructor, and assisted many kids, afforded them the opportunity to move on and get their degrees as they left our auspices at Flower Bluff.
Great, thank you. Second question, and then we know you haven't served as a regent yet, potentially, but we'd like to hear your thoughts on what a regent's role is in a community college and how you would carry out that role.
I think the primary role, I think, for a regent, particularly in a community college, is the role of the university, or the role of the college should be one that connects the college to the community and the community to the college. That should be the number one role. As a regent, it's our responsibility to be caretakers for the college. We should use everything at our disposal to enhance the image of the college. We should nurture the college and enable it to grow. And we should seek financial resources to support whatever college goals we as regents would have to push forward. My skill set, I think, brings with it a burning desire to put out the best in myself in all of these things. I think, and I'm going to relate a lot of what I do, obviously, to what I did at Flower Bluff. We at Flower Bluff, myself included, I may not, be a magical individual. I didn't have magical kids that just by, showing up, were great at what they did. The one thing we did do, and the one thing I did, push on them, is that if you want to be the best, you have to be willing to work hard. You have to be willing to work harder than anyone else. And it kind of connects to what we would do as regents. If we want our college to be the best, we as a regent have to be willing to put in the time, the effort, and the wherewithal to ensure that the goals that we set for our college are in fact met. I know I come into this position as a novice. I wouldn't really, I think, stretch the fact that I don't know a lot of the details, but I've never been one that's been afraid to ask questions. And I promise you this, that if I end up being fortunate enough to be selected by you as a regent, I will ask every question to every situation that I may not be totally clear on, so that I can make the best informed decision possible for the college and for the students that we're entrusted to care for.
Great, thank you. It's a nice segue into our third of the official questions. What do you believe you bring to the Board of Regents that makes you unique and best qualified to serve?
I look at the things that I bring, and without a doubt, I think the number one thing, obviously, is I bring experience as a career naval officer. we serve a population of veterans here. Unusual for me too is currently I'm in my second semester at Del Mar College. As I graduated, or as I retired from Flower Bluff, I didn't want to just sit back home and do nothing. So I enrolled in Del Mar College to do something that was totally out of my wheelhouse. I enrolled in the automotive technology program because I wanted to learn something about, a topic that I really had never done anything with. Everything I've done has been theoretical. Everything that I've done has been, essentially, what one would do in an office. I never really got my hands dirty, but I felt that that was something I wanted to learn to do. And I bring that aspect as well. I'm a student. I'm a student here at Del Mar. I bring with me the military experience. I've actually taught logistics and operations research at the postgraduate school for 2.5 years. I've been a high school teacher and a district administrator for the last 24.5 years. Currently, as I said, I think one of the things that really, really impressed me, I hear a lot about Del Mar College, but not until I jumped in and became a student did I really see firsthand the quality of the instruction that the college provides, and the facilities are phenomenal. This is a growing college that really far surprised me in terms of the facilities that it provides for its students. In doing that, we're really meeting the missions that we set for the college. We're providing these kids the opportunity for lifelong learning. If these kids put in the time and the effort to learn the things that they have to learn, they're going to be well equipped to go out into the workforce and succeed. And so as they succeed, then our community succeeds, which connects again. The mission of this college is to connect with the community and the community to the college.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Solis. Regents, at this point, we're going to open it up to questions that you might have for Mr. Solis. We have about 10 minutes to do that. Who would like to start? Anyone? Elva, you look like you have a question on your lips, I can tell.
No, well, he's already addressed what I was going to ask him about being a student at Del Mar. But I wanted to thank you for your 21 years in the military.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
And congratulations on your anniversary. But you've addressed my question when you talked about Del Mar, being a student at Del Mar.
So I have
Sandra.
a question related to your teaching.
Yes, ma'am.
For the last 24.5 years at Flower Bluff. Congratulations on the successes that you've had with the program there. Trying to think how to word this. Tell us about the connection between high school and Del Mar College that you think is going well between Flower Bluff and Del Mar College, and what do you think needs to be improved? I'd like to kind of hear both ends of that spectrum.
I really like the fact that we send kids to the college. It's, I think, from the perspective of, you hear nothing but the expense of college education. The ability to connect and afford these kids the opportunity to come and earn credits while they're still in high school, I think is an amazing benefit for these kids. And I see for the first time, I think, in some of these kids, they see that, hey, I connect this to what I'm going to be doing. Taking algebra doesn't necessarily, what am I going to do with that? But working in a particular job skill, trade, working to become a nurse, working to become a law enforcement officer, they can see the connection. And I think you can see the light come on for some of these kids for the first time, possibly, that there is something that I can really latch onto and be successful at.
Thank you.
Okay. Sandra, I think you started to have a question.
My question is just actually a statement from you. If you could tell us in one short sentence, what are the similarities in the students at Flower Bluff is upperclassmen, and a freshman and sophomore at Del Mar.
The similarities for a senior in high school?
When they go from Flower Bluff
Okay.
Del Mar.
To Del Mar. As they transition, or as they do these dual credit classes?
Well, let's forget the dual credit.
Okay.
Let's just talk about a regular student that's going from Flower Bluff.
To Del Mar. Okay. I think, for many of these kids, and I've got several, particularly in the nursing programs, that Flower Bluff has a medical, program where the kids can learn the basics in medicine. And that for a lot of them channels them into going into the medical field. And so for those kids in particular, although there are other things as well, they make up their mind, I want to be a nurse. I want to go into the program. And that allows them the transition is smooth and easy, because those kids really have a focus in terms of what am I going to do with my life.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Are you familiar with our mission?
The components, the three components of the mission, obviously lifelong learning, workforce preparation, again, those are, I connect them to myself very much. I don't know that I'll ever stop learning. I don't know that I'll ever want to stop learning. And regardless of what it is I'm going to be doing, I think I saw people retire, and they were going to go fishing, and they were going to just relax, and then short time later they passed away. You have to keep challenging yourself. As I took the class, I took one of the automotive tech classes I took last semester was brakes. And in the test for the semester final, a lot of names for the different parts of the brakes and all that stuff. And I'm sitting there at the table and I'm studying, and my wife comes over and says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just having to learn all the different pieces of all the different things of this brake." And she says, "It's like learning another language." And I said, "Yeah, it is." And she says, that stimulates the brain. That you're learning something that your brain wasn't wired for before, and it's going to help you. And so I think, without a doubt, that is important. Lifelong learning, from my perspective, is something that I really find one of the critical pieces of the mission of Del Mar.
Mr. Solis, I want to go back just briefly to these questions, and Carol asked you a question about the connection between Flower Bluff High School and Del Mar College, which is a good example of the relationship Del Mar has with all of our local area high schools. And you gave some great examples about the dual credit and learning. That's powerful. She also asked something I think is important, because we also want to have continuous learning from the standpoint of the Regents. She asked what needs to be improved in the way colleges work with their high schools like that. From your perspective, you're touting that you bring a unique perspective of being a high school teacher. Tell us more about that.
I'll approach that from the perspective of a student. I'm sitting in the class, and I think one of the things that to me is somewhat disappointing, because I see some of the kids not putting in the effort, not working hard. I'll give you an example. We took the semester test, and I got 100 on the semester test, and the instructor graded it right there. It was a multiple choice, so they graded it quickly, and he says, "You got 100." And then one of the kids goes, "100? How is that possible?" And the teacher goes, "It's because he reads the book." And then the kid goes, "We have a book?" And I think that's the part that's disappointing. I think what we can do better, we've got to find a way to bring these kids into a position where they can learn, or they're willing to learn, or they're pushed to learn. You know, because I think for some of these kids, I think it's just been, I go from first grade to second grade, I go from second grade to third grade, and, you know, but now I finished high school and I've got to go somewhere else. And so, but it's not just somewhere else. This is now going to be what's going to be your workforce. You're learning your workforce preparation. What is it going to, you know, give you? It's going to give you the ability to provide for yourself and for your family. And so that's the part. I think I read an article, and that's what got me motivated to apply. Nick Jimenez, May 13th, wrote an article. And in that article, they talked about the various things, and that some of the different colleges are recommending that algebra be dropped from the curriculum at the university or in colleges. I disagree. I'm a math major, so I love math anyway, but I disagree because I don't want to water the program down. I want to get these kids up to where they can do that. You know, I have again, veterans that are taking the program now at Del Mar, and they're saying, man, I'm taking the auto tech, but one of the requirements is math. I said, don't worry, you know, I'm here for you. We'll tutor you. I'll tutor you. We'll get this done. Don't be afraid. Don't get, you know. But I think that's what we can do better. How do we get these kids in a place where they can succeed? That's
Great, good. Other questions?
You're saying the right things about what we're talking about now. We're talking about pathways. Now, pathways is interesting, but how do we communicate that idea to the ISDs? Because the pathways have to start in the 9th grade, and we don't get them until they graduate or drop out, and we put them through GED and remedial. So how do we connect with the ISDs on developing pathways for our students, for our future students?
And again, this is
You're doing it.
this is me being a novice. What
High school.
what do we do now? What does Del Mar do now? Do we interact with them as well? I mean, what have we done to connect? I'm not being
And
disrespectful. I just want to know
so
what
that's
do we
something
do
need to
now?
work on. And we're fortunate because Dr. Escamilla here understands that, especially since he's got kids that are in that path right now, including one that's Flower Bluff. So
We do credit. Maybe we can create a pathway that, you know, I want to do this, but I realize that I'm going to be short in this particular knowledge, and creating something where these kids can be channeled into that, where the Del Mar instructors can while they're still in high school, elevate some of their skills to get them to the point where they can transition smoothly into Del Mar and be successful as they move into Del Mar.
Great, thank you. Perfect timing, because the timer's about to go off, so, perfect. Great answers to both the pre-planned questions and the on-the-spot questions, so we thank you for that. The last thing we're going to do is to really give you about 3 minutes just to kind of wrap up. Anything you'd like to say to us, either reemphasize from what you said earlier or a new point you'd like to make that you think would be relevant for us in making our decision today?
Well, I think regardless of what happens today, I think one of the things I'll take with me is the issue about pathways, because I think I want kids coming here, regardless of where they came from, to be able to go and be successful. And so, you know, from my perspective is if I'm not fortunate enough to get this position, I right now will volunteer to help create whatever we need in terms of pathways for those kids to move on and be successful. I thank you all for the opportunity to have addressed you today. I look forward to working with all of you in whatever capacity you may need. And with that, I thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Sleece, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, come on down, please. Welcome, Dr. Sherwood.
Good morning.
Glad for you to be here. As explained earlier, we're going to start with a chance for you to first tell us a little about your background and summarize, and then there'll be 3 specific questions, and then some open questions from the regents, sort of a chance to ask you additional information. I will be sort of timekeeper. You'll hear my phone go off, but I'll also hold up a finger to indicate there's about a minute left in that segment. So let's take about 3 minutes, if you would, Dr. Sherwood, and begin with kind of introducing yourselves, share your background, and kind of why you want to serve on the board.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to interview to fill the District 4 position. My name is Mary Sherwood, and I've been a resident of District 4 for 12 years, since returning to Corpus Christi from College Station. I previously lived in Corpus Christi from 1982 until 1996, when I moved to College Station to complete a doctoral degree in higher education administration. I retired at the end of August 2017 from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, after almost 12 years as Chief of Staff to the President. In all, I served the Texas A&M University system for 27 years, beginning at A&M Kingsville, which was then A&I, then at the Texas A&M University campus in College Station, and then at the Texas A&M University system offices. I gained a broad perspective on higher education through my experience within the A&M system, including policy, strategic planning, academic planning, campus master planning, accreditation, budget preparation, and interaction with the Texas Legislature, the Coordinating Board, and the A&M System Board of Regents. My role at A&M Kingsville was primarily in public affairs, building on my background in journalism. However, I also participated in institution-level strategic planning, which led to working on development of A&M University's Vision 2020 strategic plan while I was a doctoral student. Strategic planning became a focus of my dissertation, and I subsequently helped lead development of strategic plans for the A&M system, as well as for A&M Corpus Christi. I am a first-generation college student whose parents could offer little but moral support. It took me a long time to complete my undergraduate degree because I either worked part-time or stopped attending in order to work full-time. Did everything from rolling barrels, stacking pallets in a grease plant, to waiting tables. So I know from my own experience how hard it is for many Del Mar students who have to work and how dedicated they have to be to succeed. I know the path isn't always straight, and that without support and encouragement, students can get lost along the way. My personal experience, as well as what I've seen and learned in my years in higher education, have made me a passionate supporter of public educational opportunity. I knew when I retired last August, I wanted to find a way to continue supporting educational aspirations and attainment of our community. Del Mar has long been an outstanding provider of educational quality, and I would be honored to contribute to continuing that legacy through service as a regent.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Let's jump into the 3 questions. Again, there'll be 3 minutes for each, and there'll be a master timer for the full 9 minutes, but I'll also cue you for each 3-minute segment so we can make sure we get through those. What makes the Del Mar College mission powerful to you?
I can't imagine this community without Del Mar. Every day I encounter people whose lives have been enhanced, if not utterly changed, because Del Mar successfully achieves its mission of providing access to quality education, workforce preparation, and lifelong learning opportunities for student and community success. I see the power for the individual student whose life has been changed by whether it's obtaining a GED, a certificate, continuing education credits, associate's degree, transferring, but I also see the impact for entire families. When you attend a graduation ceremony and see the multiple generations from the babies to the grandparents, it just expresses the power of Del Mar's mission, because you know that although that graduate they're celebrating may be the first one in their family, they will not be the last one. So Del Mar's mission is also powerful beyond the individual and family impacts, because it's so vital to the success of our businesses and our industries, and to the social well-being of our community. Del Mar's ability to provide well-trained employees that help attract and keep businesses here, providing the jobs that make our community prosper. And then the arts and cultural programming, as well as the lifelong learning opportunities that contribute to having a vibrant and engaging community. Finally, on a personal note, I've benefited from the lifelong learning aspect of Del Mar's mission. After I started working at the Caller-Times in 1982, I enrolled in a Spanish class here with Dr. Peter Siracusa. As a reporter living in a majority Hispanic community, I felt it was important to be able to speak at least some Spanish. And then just this past spring, as part of my retirement, I took 2 digital photography classes through the continuing education program.
Great, thank you. I know you haven't been a regent yet, but what do you think is a regent's role in community college, and how would you carry that role out?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that the role of a regent is in the policy side, not in administration. Specifically, I understand that as a member of the board, that the board establishes and reviews the college mission and goals, appoints and reviews the president, ensures financial accountability, including budget approval and setting a tax rate, represents the community, and in this case, in particular, District 4, and then in general, just helps the college to achieve its goals. Further, I think the role of a regent is that you would have to know and act within the pertinent laws and rules and regulations, whether those come from the federal government, the state government, the coordinating board, Southern Association, or the board's own bylaws. And I believe that my 27 years in higher education would provide a foundation for carrying out my role as a regent. In addition to my broad experience in higher education, at the A&M System office, I was intimately involved in preparing agenda items, background information, and briefing papers for the A&M System Board of Regents to use in its decision making. Also, during the 7 years that I worked for the A&M System, I attended the board meeting as support staff. So I believe this experience has given me some insight into the role of a regent that helps make me unique for this position. I also wanted to emphasize my earlier point that I understand a regent's role is setting policy and not being an administrator of the institution. I understand that the board hires the president to administer the college and that a regent needs to respect that distinction. I also understand that policy setting is done collaboratively by the board and that once a decision is made, that it should be supported by all. To be more specific about how I would carry out the role of regent, I would make sure that I'm well informed about the college, that I'm well informed about the decisions that are before the board, and about the specific responsibilities of a community college regent, and again, the laws and regulations that affect governing boards. Because of my previous work supporting the A&M System Board of Regents, I'm aware of the training that is required, and I would be diligent in completing it. And further, I would seek opportunities to solicit input from District 4 residents.
Great, thank you, Dr. Sherwood. It's a nice segue into the last question. What do you believe you bring to the Board of Regents that makes you unique and best qualified to serve?
I believe my professional experience, my doctorate in higher education administration, and my deep roots in the community make me unique as a candidate and best qualified to serve as a regent for Del Mar College. Specifically, I believe my experience in public affairs and strategic, academic, and campus planning within the higher education environment would be an asset to the board. While at the system, a major responsibility I had was working with the institutions on academic program proposals to ensure financial viability of the proposal as well as compliance with Southern Association and coordinating board requirements before they went before the board so that they didn't have the embarrassment of being rejected by the board. I was also involved in early stages of planning for the A&M System in San Antonio, for the A&M campus in San Antonio and for information about it that was presented to the Board of Regents and to the legislature. Then at A&M Corpus Christi, I was involved in planning for the expansion to the Momentum campus and participated in development of campus master plans. So other duties included assisting in preparation of the biennial legislative appropriation request and preparing presentations on that to the Senate Finance and House Appropriation Committee hearings. So such hands-on experience, I believe, makes me a highly qualified candidate for the board, as I will already be somewhat familiar with some of the decisions, at least, that will come before it, that do come before it. In addition, I've lived in Corpus Christi for a total of 26 years, since 1982, and I've been deeply involved in the community as a journalist and then later in numerous civic activities, including helping lead the Bold Future for the Coastal Bend initiative in partnership with Del Mar College. I believe all of these factors taken together make me a unique candidate and best qualified to serve Del Mar College as a regent. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. That is a nice segue into questions from the regents. Who would like to start? Anyone? Carol?
I want to talk a little bit more about your experience on your resume. You had something about working on SAC COC accreditation. So we are approaching that. Have just finished our 5-year, right? Last year. And so we're going to be approaching that. And it's obviously a staff function, but
Right.
there is a role for regents. And so it is something that we have begun talking about. What is our appropriate role in that? Help me distinguish between what you perceive, and I realize you're not an expert on community college accreditation, but what is, help me understand, or maybe a perspective of the role of a regent in the accreditation process versus the role of staff, because I know you know the role of the staff. So.
Yeah, I do know the role of the staff, obviously much more than I would know the role of a regent. But I know that one of the requirements, whether you're a community college or a four-year institution, is maintaining that distinction between the governance board function and the administration of the institution. That's one of the keystones to it. And so having to be aware of that and making sure that that's covered through all of the actions of the board would be important. That's one of the distinctions that I would definitely see that the board would need to be aware of.
Other questions? Susan, I don't know if I'm reading your nonverbals there.
I'll go back to, you mentioned something about the having worked at the university and the similarities. Can you talk about the differences that you would see between a college and a university?
One of the, I think, even though I know that programs still have to be reviewed and approved, community colleges are able to be much more nimble than a university is in getting programs approved and to respond to the needs of the community a lot faster than a university can. And it's, you know, I think, and the mission is broader than a university mission, so I understand that aspect of it as well. That it is everything from literacy to someone that wants to transfer to a four-year institution with the associate's degree or without the associate's degree, although the preferable is to be able to have it.
I have a question for you. I know that, well,
It's not on yet.
there you go.
There you go.
I know that you mentioned the Bold Future experience and working with the university and Del Mar. What can you talk a little bit about that? Just what did you learn from working with Del Mar and the university?
Oh, it was a great experience actually, and it went on over several years, at least 4. We learned a lot about the community. We learned a lot about each other. Claudia and I were basically joined at the hip. I knew all of her phone numbers by heart because we were working so closely together. on trying to make it work, and Dr. Escamilla had just come on. So we were looking for not just what the university and the community college could do together, but what the community could do together. And I think the best thing that I learned out of it was when we put together people in the room who you wouldn't necessarily think. We had what we called sort of champions for different of the initiatives that were selected in the Bold Future initiative. And when we put those people in the room together and just let them talk to each other, and we brought them together once a month, all kinds of collaborations started taking place. And we found, like, I feel like that was one of the most important things I learned from it.
Mary, I served with you on that steering committee, and would you consider that Bold Future was a success? I mean, to me, it seems like they just took the book and put it on the shelf.
A qualified success, I'd say. It didn't get the support that I would hope that it might have from as time moved on. But when we go back and look at the things that the citizens, and that's what, it was about finding out what the citizens felt were important, and finding champions for those. And when you look at what's in it and what has happened in those years, many of those things have been accomplished. So we were criticized because it was like, well, how is Bold Future going to do that? We never thought we were going to be the ones to do it. We knew that it
Find out
had
what
to
needed to
be,
get done.
that this was what the community wanted done, and there would be people that would get behind those things to do them. And many of those things have happened.
Great. Other questions?
Dr. Sherwood, welcome. And because you have had so much experience in the upper level four-year college, university, how would you compare the freshmen at Del Mar and the freshmen at the university?
Well, in some cases, but not always, they're more prepared. But, we have our share, have had our share of students that needed some remedial education. I think the university has actively solicited enrollment from throughout the state, and I think that's a difference, is that we have, more students coming from other places. So I think that's a real difference. But in a lot of ways, I think, they're the freshmen who truly come straight out of college are 18-year-olds who many times don't know what they want to do and need a little encouragement to get on the right path.
Any other questions? Great. With that, Mary, let's take if you'll take about 3 minutes and just sort of wrap up.
Okay. Well, I think what I want to say is that I passionately agree with Dr. Hector P. Garcia's, what he said, that education is our freedom, and freedom should be everybody's business. As a District 4 regent, I would wholeheartedly support the community college mission of providing educational access at multiple levels, and would diligently support Del Mar College's legacy of providing the educational opportunity and excellence that have underpinned the economic and social well-being of our community for a long time. And while I'm sure there's going to be things for me to learn, I'm eager to bring my years of experience in higher education and community involvement to the board. And I just want to thank you for this opportunity to interview for the position. I'm honored to have been selected as a finalist.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Sherwood. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, Mr. Rose.
Thank you.
We're glad you were here.
I'm glad to be here.
We're going to begin, as we discussed earlier, with about a 3-minute chance for you to do sort of an introduction, remind us about your background and why you want to serve on the board, and then we'll jump into those 3 time questions, 3 minutes each. What I'll do is about a minute before the 3-minute period is up, I'll just hold up a finger so you'll see me going
you.
1 minute, so you'll know, and that'll help you time that. And then after we're done with that, we'll just open it up for questions from the regents.
Good.
So with that, why don't you begin with telling us about yourself, your background, and why you want to serve on the board?
Okay. I'm actually going to tell you a story about my life because it fits in terms of explaining some of my responses to other questions and will help to understand why I want to be on the board. And it starts off, I was teacher, K-12. I was actually a junior high science teacher. And then I have been a health education coordinator, school administrator, school counselor, K-12. And then I went to work at the Massachusetts Department of Education. And you've got some of this stuff, but I'm going to layer in some more detail. And I was a civil rights specialist, and I had been, when I was in K-12, I was part of a team that was helping to establish the regulations for the Massachusetts student equity legislation. So I moved into the Department of Education, and I was a civil rights specialist. I was focused on looking at equity across K-12. And I did a lot of training. I trained administrators. I trained teachers. And I started to focus on ensuring equity across the board. 622, which was the Chapter 622, was the law that I was responsible for, along with Title IX and some federal legislation. But it prohibited discrimination in education based on race, sex, religion, national origin, and color. So I was looking at a broad spectrum there, and as well, we were working with the special needs folks. So I was looking at those. Left the Department of Education into the world of nonprofit education, government-funded operations, and had a number of different roles, but one of them was with the Desegregation Assistance Center serving New England. Equity, again, working across the New England states, and then nationally as well. So that wasn't the only role. One of the nice things about working in nonprofits, especially when they're funded elsewhere, is that you get a new project and things change. So I've done that, but equity has been a part of everything that I have done. And then worked in educational research operation, innovative plans. I was part of the team that created the country's first virtual high school. And we established standards for high quality education. So I've got 2 major interests. One is equity, and the other is quality education. And when I talk about equity, I'm talking about diversity. So those are the pieces that I come in with. That's part of what I bring as potentially as a regent, is that background, that understanding, and really thinking about innovation. So that fits across all of it.
Great. Perfect timing, because the timer's about to go off there. Sorry.
Well, you put up the 1, and
And you
I've done-
modulated very well. Thank you
I've
for
done a
that.
little bit of platform presenting.
It's always helped to have those little reminders. We'll jump now into the specific questions. The first one is, what makes, Mr. Rose, Del Mar College's mission powerful to you?
When I look at the mission, and I've looked at it and I listened to you talk about it, there are a couple of words that I add to it. And one of them, you talk about quality education. I add high in there, because I think it's high quality education that you should be doing, that you are doing in places. You need to say that. And I recognize that changing a mission statement is not a trivial thing, but doing it in your head because it is about high-quality education. We need to be about high-quality education, and you are doing high-quality education in many, many places. The other piece of that is you talk about for students. I want it to be for all students. This is the equity, this is the diversity piece. And you can read it and say, it's there. But for me, I have to add that, because those are the important things you need to be looking at all students. You want to have a diverse population. You want to ensure that Corpus Christi is able to support the diversity, and in order to do that, you need to make sure that you're focused on that diversity. So it's all students, but it's a high quality of education. So that background, you can see, fits in here, and that was that question.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
What is a regent's role in a community college? How would you carry that out?
Well, as a starting point, the regents have one employee, and the focus is on policy. So you don't go around trying to make changes elsewhere, but it's focused on creating a vision and thinking strategically, and then supporting your administrator and supporting it as a team. Now, and one of the things I've heard in terms of doing some research is that in general, you're a team. You support each other. You're working together. And that is an important piece for me. And I've had some people say, of all the boards in the city, this is the board that they think is the best board. And so I want to be part of that. I could go on if you want me to go on, and I've got a list of things that the...
You've got 2 minutes left if you want to talk further, or you can, we can move to the next question, your choice.
Okay. Other things, articulate and represent the public interest. Finding out what the community is interested in, what the community wants to see Del Mar doing, where they think the strengths are, where they think there are opportunities to improve. And so that's a piece that's listening. And as District 4 rep, that means listening to the people on the island and Flower Bluff and the area just this side of Flower Bluff to see what their particular interests are. And, I have talked with one of the superintendents in that area just to get a sense of what her interests were. And listening. You don't go out and represent the board, you don't represent the institution, you're there to hear what other people are saying, what other people are interested in, bring it back, and it happens in here. Policies that support the mission. The piece that I mentioned right at the beginning is the visioning piece. And I've been involved in innovation for a bigger part of my life. And I mentioned creating the country's first virtual high school. You look at where that has gone in terms of virtual education over the past 2 decades plus. And we created standards for online course delivery. And our standards have evolved now through a number of institutions taking them, but they're national standards of quality. So quality is a piece that is an important piece, but from the perspective of the board, it's the visioning, creating notions, helping the president to implement those.
Great, and you take a few seconds if you want to wrap up that thought.
No, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank
Because
you.
I'll pick it up on the next one.
There you go. What do you believe that you bring to the Board of Regents that makes you unique and best qualified to serve?
I've got experience in so many different places. There's not a whole lot of people that have had the range of experiences that I have had. I've done K-12, I've been doing educational research. I was at Houston-Tillotson University for a few years on faculty there. And as a coordinator for institutional issues, I'm on the Texas Distance Learning Association. I'm the public policy chair. I've got this range, focuses predominantly on online learning, but gee, 4 years ago, I was here with a colleague and we did a piece on future technology. So what's going on in the future, thinking about the connections, but I also collect a lot of information. I get 100 and something emails a day, which I assume you all have something in that ballpark. A number of them that I get are summaries of research and news that's happening both in K-12 and higher education. You probably get the Chronicle. I get the Chronicle. I also get Inside Higher Education. And I've got 2 other sources that provide me information about what's going on in higher ed. So I come to you with a range of experience, but part of the thing that I discovered along the way is I can talk to, when I was in the research piece, focused on translating geek speak to educators, but I can also translate education speak into the community. And so that's another piece that I bring. Is that?
Okay, great, thank you. Regents, let's open it up for questions. We're gonna have about 10 minutes, and this is a chance for the regents to ask you, Mr. Rose, any additional questions or follow-ups or other information they'd like to know from you.
Mr. Rose, I read your resume about a week ago. We can have along with all the others, but I don't remember, what are you doing right now and what brought you to South Texas?
What I'm doing right now.
What are you working?
Technically, I'm retired.
Okay.
But I say semi-retired.
Yeah.
I have been doing occasional workshops. Focus right now in terms of workshops is online learning. I did one here a year and a half ago for the online learning folks. And some of the things that I'm doing, and what it focuses on online learning, is I'm doing it and not charging. So I'm just doing it because I believe in equity, I believe in diversity, and I want to see it happen. So that's a big part of it.
And what brought you to South Texas?
Salt water. I grew up in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
I had a beach down at the bottom of my street that I hit all the time. And then as life happens and such, we came to Texas so my wife could take care of her parents, and we were in Austin. There's no salt water in Austin. And that lake doesn't do it either. So said it was my turn and started looking and decided Corpus had the things that we wanted. So we built a house. Unfortunately, we built a house that was a little too big, as it turned out, on Mustang Island. Okay. And you've heard this story before. People build houses down here expecting their family to come and visit, and they don't come and visit. So we said, we've got a big house and we're paying a lot of money and nobody's taking advantage of it. So we sold that house and moved to a smaller house.
Okay.
But
So that was when, how long have you been in Corpus Christi now?
7 years.
7 years, great, thank you.
I have a question for you. And I think you've already addressed it, but you talked about being a consultant for Del Mar College in 2014 and 2017. Was it only with the technology department?
The most recent one was looking at online learning and looking at accessibility issues. And so it was with the accessibility piece, but I also met with the disability services folks because they need to understand how the law is currently being interpreted. And not everybody knows. But then the other was with the technology folks.
Okay, thank you. I have another question for you. You serve on several important state boards. Is that correct? Because I think I noted about 5.
There are 5 that I've been involved with. Right now, I've got national board things that are related to the National Science Foundation grants.
Okay. So my question is, will you have time for us for
yes.
Del Mar?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, definitely.
So I have a question related to something that you said about representing the public interest.
Yes.
And so while it would be a Regent 4 position, when we sit at this table, we do sit at the table for the good of the community. And I don't know that I've ever heard somebody say something about, well, I don't think my district would support that. We're making decisions for the broader community. And so I'm curious about your connections to the community in the 7 years that you've been here. You and I have met, I think, once at a civic function, but I'm curious about your public connections and talk about your civic involvement currently.
The initial connections were on the island. And, you know, I discovered, being off the island, that being on the island, there's a travel time that changes your view of going OTB, you know, over the bridge. And so it was Chamber of Commerce on the island, Padre Island Business, Port A. I had involvement with Port A School District. So that's been the primary focus. I was part of the IUPAC, the Island United Political Action Committee. I was on the board there. And I used to be a regular at the ISAC meetings. They invited me to join just as we were selling the house. So I missed out on that. Member of the church.
Okay.
I've been involved in various functions, you know, the MLK March and things along that line.
And then I have one follow-up question, not related to that, but related to distance learning in general. So without talking specifically about Del Mar College, what do you think are the opportunities and the challenges for community colleges in distance learning?
I think that in terms of distance learning, especially from, I'm going to refine it a little bit, because distance learning is a big umbrella. And I don't want to talk about video-based satellite type of instruction, but much more the online side of it. The opportunities, from my perspective, doing high-quality instruction are very, very high. I don't want to see people thinking about, well, we'll have one instructor and 300 or 400 students. I think that's bad thinking. But we're looking at online learning as reaching a whole different population, as well as, that you normally don't see, as well as helping to support the population that you are seeing. We know that a number of students are taking online learning because it means that they don't have to commute. And even though they may be picking up just a couple of additional courses to be able to cover. From a community college perspective, I think every community, no, not everyone, most community colleges that I know of are doing something with online learning. The ones that are being most successful have pushed the system and are doing the outreach and using it to reach beyond their traditional borders, reaching beyond their traditional populations. And for some, that means older. For some, that means younger. But the other place that Del Mar is doing that is dual enrollment. And I think dual enrollment can only grow in this state. And I think that's an opportunity that would provide significant growth in enrollments here.
Thank you.
You are a strong proponent for online learning. And if you notice, we're building a lot of buildings out here and getting ready to build a new campus. Are we building too many buildings, do Do you think online learning will really take the place of classroom learning?
For some students, yes. Not for all students. And you have to, personal feeling, you have to have a base for some of those students to do it. And you want to have something which is attractive for the students. You don't want to have them going into places drab, good word. I know that students leave when they do that. They find another place to go. And it's one of the issues that we were dealing with at Houston-Tillotson. We had some buildings, I'm not there anymore, that were historic buildings and we could not make changes in them. And it gets to be interesting when we don't have an elevator, we don't have access for students. I was bringing in interactive whiteboards and trying to bring up the technology for it, but there were students that would not take certain courses because they were in a particular building and they did not like the atmosphere. So having a new building is not a problem, but I think you can increase your enrollment significantly with the online courses.
Great. Thank you. Regents, that puts us at our limit on that. And with that, we'll, Mr. Rose, give you up to 3 minutes to sort of wrap up your presentation and your connection here with us this morning.
I want to be a member of the board. I think I bring to the board a set of experiences that are different than what is represented in the board. And I think that is a significant benefit to the board, that you've got an interesting mix currently. I would add to that diversity. And I think I would also bring some interesting experiences, like being a National Science Foundation reviewer of grants. I'm a grant writer. I've been successful surviving on government grants. I understand the education world. I understand research. I understand K-12. I understand higher education.
Great. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Regents, at this point, we've completed our public interviews. We will go into closed session to discuss and then return to open session to vote. So those in the audience, if you'll hold on for just a second, let me read the necessary language to go back into closed session. We're going to go return to closed session under Texas Government Code 551.074A1, personnel matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, dismissal of a public officer or employee, including appointment of District 4 Regent, with possible discussion and action in open session. It is 9:55, and so we'll go into closed session and clear the room. It's 11:12 a.m. and the Board of Regents is going back into open session, and we're going to move into item number 3, discussion and possible action related to the appointment of the District 4 Regent. I want to recognize the fact that we had 8 initial candidates and we chose to interview 3 today, Mr. Armando Solis, Dr. Mary Sherwood, and Mr. Raymond Rose. 3 absolutely wonderful candidates that each one brings a great deal of experience and backgrounds and perspectives to the Board of Regents, each one differently. You might have guessed by our longer than anticipated closed session that this has been, it's a good news, bad news. I'm going to, not to trivialize this, but it's a great news that we had 3 candidates interviewed today with such experience, and that's what made it really difficult. And so thank you to each one of the 3 of you who are standing in the back for putting your name in and for willing to serve Del Mar College and our students. It really means a lot to all of us, and so we appreciate that. With that, I'm going to open it up to see if anyone's got a motion in regards to agenda item number 3, possible action related to the appointment of District 4 Region.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. As you said, after extensive discussion on the qualifications of the 3 candidates, I'd like to make a motion we appoint Dr. Mary Sherwood to the position of Regent for District 4.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. Dr. Mary Sherwood, do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second from Elva Estrada. Appreciate that. Regents, any further discussion before we take a roll call vote? Anything you'd like to say?
Just wanted to add my thanks to the three individuals that we interviewed. You all were outstanding, and thank you very much.
Ditto.
I'd like to thank not just for the willingness to serve, but your commitment to education generally is you have all made a difference.
And hopefully you'll continue to make a difference. So, right. Anyone else who would like to speak? Any public comments about the motion that's on the table for item number 3? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote, please. Delia?
Dr. Adame?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Ms. Estrada?
Yes.
Ms. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. McCampbell?
Yes.
Ms. Smith Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Rivas?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Again, thank you to all 3 of y'all. We appreciate it. And at this time, I think, correct, Augie, we're going to go ahead and swear in Dr. Sherwood. So we're going to ask you to come forward at this point, and Jessica will come forward and issue the oath of office. And no slacking. We're going to put you right to work.
Okay. If you want to stand in the middle of, you can go through there on the other side. He's right in the middle. Yes, yes, ma'am. If you'll raise your right hand. I, please state your name,
I, Mary Sherwood,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of Regent of the Del Mar College District
of the office of Regent of the Del Mar College District
of the state of Texas
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution
and the laws of the United States and of this state.
and the laws of the United States and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Right, thank you. Again, our congratulations to Mr. Rose and Mr. Solis in the back. We hope you'll stay involved. We hope you'll consider, we have elections coming up. You can always consider that. And we've got a great foundation that would welcome the opportunity, I'm sure, for your participation, all to further our students. Thank you very much. Thank you for each team. We're going to move now into item number 4, staff presentation and discussion related to the 2018-2019 budget. Lenore Keys is not able to be here today, and so I think Dr. Kathy West, Dr. Mark Escamilla, and was there anyone else, Mark, that was going to participate in that? Tammy McDonald.
Sorry, well, we're all going to team up. As you said, Lenore Keys is...
Takes the 3 of y'all to replace Lenore Keys is what I'm getting.
That's
just teasing, of course.
So yes, we're going to team up on this. We were working on this yesterday as we're pivoting to allow Lenore some time off, and we'll be starting off with some calendaring and some points along the way. Dr. West will be the lead. Tammy will come in second, and I'm going to chime in along the way. So you all have extra printed copies as supplements as to what you'll see on your board effects, and but they're all accurate. They're all the same.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just a paper copy. It's just a redundancy in the way of providing background.
It's the same as what's in your, on your tablet. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. We are, Tammy and I and Dr. Escamilla are here, as he said, pinch hitting for Lenora, and so we are here. We're going to review the agenda very quickly. We want to go through the timeline review again the mid-year adjustment that we made because of the decline in enrollment, and then give you an overview of the enrollment trends, review the strategic initiatives, talk about our revenue budgets, and then our expenditure budgets, and then we will go into the tax rates, both the M&O rate and the debt service rate, and then follow up with any questions that you may have. And here is just you've seen this, we had this in our last presentation. Here's our timeline. And as you know, we start right away when we get back from Christmas. We start working on the next year, and we have been giving you updates in February, then again in April, and now here we are today to give you an update. And then, of course, one of the important things that we wait on, that kind of holds up our final numbers is what we get from the appraisal districts, and that's at the end of July. And then, of course, August is when we have all the called meetings and finalize the budget at the end of August. So first of all, we wanted to kind of review what we had to do at mid-year. At the last part of your packets, we have April's income statement, which shows you how we're tracking along compared to last year and compared to budget. And we have been able, as you see, we had the $1.9 million decrease in tuition that was a result of the drop in enrollment that we had after Harvey. But we have been able to maintain the cutbacks that we made in February, and we are tracking right along and hoping and really seeing that we're going to be able to be very close to budget at the end of the year. Now here's where we go into the review of enrollment, and Dr. Escamilla, do you want to?
Sure, just two things. These next 4 slides will be detailed chart, starting with the credit enrollment and the non-credit enrollment. And what we continue to emphasize is that there are several revenue streams that are related to enrollment. We continue to be an enrollment-driven state. That is the way our funding is set up. And as such, we want to continue to discuss both sides. So this first slide shows you year-to-date where we are with a couple of caveats. So, and those caveats are we're still in midsummer, or actually in the first half of summer, and so we still don't have complete numbers going into summer 2. That being said, what this represents on the credit side, on this credit slide that we see up here, is largely a flat scenario, which after coming in a post-Harvey scenario of a negative point or negative 4 points when we were budgeted at 6% up, or we were seeing 6% up and that 10% swing. This is a great scenario, all things considered. So we remain flat, and what I want to remind everybody is that these indicators, summer 1 and summer 2, are primary indicators for projecting fall enrollments, as a reminder. And so we're looking flat, which is better than negative. And there's one more caveat that I'll talk about that has to do with spring. But again, this is preparing the forecast and predictions for the big fall semester. One other caveat down here, you'll see at that bottom asterisk down there that says based on 4% growth of enrollment summer 1. This 4% really is carryover from our spring semester. That's what that represents. During our spring semester, we have a traditional 16-week. We're talking about the spring 18 semester. We have a traditional 16-week, and that is the one that is actually recorded and calculated for the spring 18 semester. All other mini-mesters, 14-week, 15-week, 8-week semesters that are within the spring are rolled over. This is good news. Rolled over in the way of contact hours, and actually will be officially counted in summer. Well, and summer is the beginning of base year. So this is good news. So we've got a little bit of a ramp up, but it does not affect our decisions that we're making to project for fall on a flat scenario. So there's some numbers, there's some really fine nuances. We have some extra carried over, but that's not, we're not fooling ourselves. That is just carryover. We are still flat for the summer on the credit side. Again, that's that slide that is represented up there, just a flat scenario. Again, that's what we're using. Moving into the continuing education side, remember, we work on a quarter system with, yes?
We skipped a graph. Could we go back for a second? Because I have a question about the graph.
Sure.
Page up. Gets
It
you
is
there,
the,
too. First off, I guess we're actually missing a data point on this because the chart on the prior page has 2012-13, and this one starts with 13-14. Minor thing, but it's always great to see the graphs because it really visually shows you that. And I think it's something that sometimes we go back and want to know even further back what history is. So I hope we're building a database of these graphs where we're able to go back as far as we want. But one of the things I think that might be interesting is on a graph like this to add some box callouts where we know if something unusual was going on, just as you described, Dr. Escamilla, that where Harvey hit, and so it's really, to be doing level is great considering that. Yes. And there may be other factors, we think back on some of the whole business economic times and we know that inverse correlation. And I think part of that message as we educate the public why it's not just always a straight line up on enrollments, that varies ups and downs. Hopefully over the long haul, it's eventually going up. But the more often we can do graphs that show some of the reasons behind it, I think the better off we're going to be.
yes. They tell the story. They tell the story of the economy, and that's what these graphs are meant for, to depict. We'll certainly add a data point here and there. The point's certainly taken, and that's what it's demonstrating here. And moving into continuing education, which is a powerful part of our curriculum. It is a growing division, which was, years prior was just a component of what we did. It was an add-on. And as you'll recall, Ms. Lenora Keys was called up to move into the executive ranks from the faculty ranks, department chair and the like, faculty chair all the way up, and lead this division. And this division has been growing greatly over the past several years due to her leadership and our emphasis and your support on the reality of how important continuing education is. These are those short-term classes, those short-term certifications, those training modules, all of those things, CDLs from the truck driving program, all of those kinds of things fall into here. And so I'll remind everybody that it's on a quarter system. And that as I got my notes last night as I was doing my homework, Dr. Leonard brought me up to speed with a couple of tidbits. I'll just remind everybody that quarter 3 just ended May 31st. And so we still have a full quarter to generate enrollment, and I'll even say contact hours there. So those numbers are giving an overall glance. On the 17-18 perspective, it is also still incomplete, but it shows a fairly robust enrollment that is, but at the same time, here we go, the picture is depicting a decline, and it's following the softening of our economy. Question?
A couple questions on that. What I think I hear you saying is that the 21,702 number will have one more quarter, so
yes.
It will only go up. The question is, will it go back up? Will we be level with the 25,152? We don't know yet. Remind us about the high of 28,927 in terms of the total hours provided in 15-16.
So
anything unusual there over the others, why that would bump up and then come back down?
So that was the peak of some contracting. That was really a surge in our construction. Again, speaking to our economy, that was, although there's a contradiction here, I know. There's a softening. Go ahead.
There's kind of, I actually talked to Lenore to make sure that we had a clear picture of this for you also. At that point, which is sort of why it has the decline too, so this is 2 points. 1 point, it was up because we had a TWC skills grant at that point, which brought in a lot more CE hours, which that has now ended, so that's part of why you see the decline in the CE enrollment. Also, 2 years ago, it was before the coordinating board came in and said you could only count 18-year-olds for enrollment, which is the rule now. A couple of years ago, that wasn't the rule, so that's also why there was a rise and then you have a drop with the new coordinable rule enrollment. Also, right now, too, I think the Workforce Solutions just released a new jobs number, and we're at 5.1% unemployment rate, which is the lowest we've had in 3 years. So that's a big, significant indicator, and I think it's a reflection for the credit side and the CE side. There's jobs out there. So we know when there are jobs out there that the credit side and CE side could lower. We're just hoping that they come back through the CE side to get some of that workforce training that we so greatly provide the community.
Great point. And as you recall, the continuing education follows the economy. The credit side counters the economy as a general rule. Again, that 21,702 still not complete. We still have a quarter. We've just signed a major contract with a major vendor the other day, and I don't know exactly how those contact hours, if they'll be counted or not, but there's still much work going on to be added. Yes, sir.
I am confused on the 21,000. Does that include an estimate for the fourth quarter?
Let me go back and double check. No, I think that, no, what that includes is the numbers. Let me make sure. Leonard told me, the numbers.
It says 2017-18 quarter 1 and 2 are included. Preliminary pending 3 and 4, quarters 3 and 4.
So that basically does include an estimate.
There are assumptions.
It looks like it's an estimate, so I'm not expecting the 21 to go up much.
So, okay, so they have a plug-in number. They have the plug-in number that's a carryover of last year, where we were last year. So it may or may not go up.
It won't move much.
Probably not.
Could go down.
It could go down. We don't want it to go down.
Obviously, but, okay.
Sure.
Good, thanks for that correction.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so now moving on into our 2019 preliminary proposed budget assumptions. And we reviewed these in April, so they really haven't changed. We are budgeting right now for 0% enrollment growth. Although we did add the little note that if we did increase that enrollment growth, every percent equals $205,000. So just kind of keep that in mind. The tuition and fees, we had the board-approved $3 per semester hour increase. We have the new legislation for the continuing ed over 16 and over. We have enhanced Pell Grants for the summer. And right now, the tuition discounts, exemptions, and waivers are running at 18 to 19%. So those are the components that are keyed into our budget model. On the property taxes, we are projecting a 3% projected growth in property valuations. Keep in mind, that is based on what the district released in April. We will know for sure end of July how that number is going to truly come out. So, you know, you could have some fluctuation there. And running this budget model, we are keeping our M&O rate, tax rate the same.
Remind us of how that 3% compares to what the last year's actual growth in property valuations was. Does anyone remember offhand?
Remember last year's?
It wasn't too far off of that, wasn't it?
I think it's on the.
I think that was the first time that it came below 4% last year. That's my recollection at this point. So it's probably.
Last year it was 3.42.
Yeah.
And then the second question related to that, they have, in that April estimate they provided, they've accounted for some of the big property adjustments related to the port and some of those contested values, I guess, that are happening. Is that correct?
Yes, but I don't believe they're in yet.
Yeah, they're not in yet. And
Where I'm getting at is that a conservative number, or is that a,
it's conservative. John Johnson is the comptroller is our property tax expert, and he is very conservative.
And working very closely with them.
He works really closely with the district, so I would say that's conservative.
Do we keep track of historically what they tell us in April, what it ultimately?
Yeah. Yes.
So, I mean, you should be able to go back and
Trend.
see
Yes.
if really, when they give us a
How they
number, if it's
project.
always on track, or if we always need to discount that number historically.
Yes. Yeah,
So
John does that trend
And so
analysis.
what has he done here? Is this, what's that analysis tell us? That this number is pretty good, or is it?
It says we're listening to them as we have in the past several years, and we're following them closely. John is always on the extra conservative side of all of that conversation.
Yes, he is.
So I think I think it's conservative.
Yes, I believe that it is.
The number we get in July, that's a final number?
Yes, that's the
Yes,
final number.
late July.
Yes. And then, of course, we like to review the strategic initiatives because we budget strategically, and it's very important that we do our resource allocation according to our strategic initiatives. And you'll notice at the top of the list, again this year, is our campus police department. And, of course, then always is consideration of our faculty and staff and getting the best raises that we can with the money that we have. And then we are also, list the rest of the strategic initiatives that drive our resource allocation. Then first, we're going to talk about the revenue, and we like to remind you that as the three-legged stool, our revenue comes from three sources, and that's state appropriations, tuition and fees, and property taxes. And for this year, on our state revenue, this slide shows that because we're in the second year of the biennium, that of course is going to be the same as last year. We do get a slight increase on the benefits, but remember what they give us up in the benefits, it's a wash because you have that increase down on the expense side. So same numbers for state revenue. This bar chart shows our tuition and fees that, since this one goes back to 15, and it shows the steady increase of our tuition and fees. And we've got 2019 that we have a total of the 24.9 million in tuition and fees, which includes 2.8 of continuing ed and then 22.1 of academic. What we've done here with the green bar is show you that if we added 2% enrollment growth, it would add the 205, so it would add 410,000 to the total revenue.
One thing, Dr. West, if I may. We already have on the books to have at least a staff report in as early as November for this year as it relates to tuition and fees for the following spring semester, just as you've asked. So that'll be included, and we're working towards that end right now. It may be November, it may be December, but it'll be sooner than we've done it before, in a more formal process.
Right. Okay, and then our property tax, this shows the gradual increase in the property tax revenue, and the 2019 bar is with the 3% growth in valuation with the same M&O rate. And then this chart here then shows you going from the 2017-18 budget into this year's budget, and you can see the increases and decreases down the line, the slight increases in the state benefits, the 1.5 million in property tax dollars that are generated just from the growth, the estimated growth, the decrease in the tuition, because remember the 17-18 budget had a 5% enrollment growth, and so we're having to back that down, so that's a negative number. We are increasing our miscellaneous. You notice the miscellaneous is going up a little, and that's because of the raise in the interest rates. We're able to make more on our investments. And then, of course, our revenue bond transfer out is declining slightly. So that brings you down to the total projected revenue of the 98,759,221.
So the only parts of that are variable going forward, would be the final calculation on property taxes, if we do anything on student tuition or fees at this point, and if our interest somehow changes. Our projections for 18-19 are that is going to be this, but if those numbers go south for some reason, those interest rates go south for some reason, that could be, or
the interest rates are still in our market, because we have to be very conservative on what we invest in, and also short-term, because on the operating investments, they really can't go out past a year. So right now, I'm able to make around 2%. And I expect that from what I'm hearing, you know, that the Fed is looking at another increase this month. There's a question as to whether they're going to increase. They are expected actually to make a couple of more increases this year. From what I'm hearing, I don't expect those interest rates to go down, and if not, go up, but probably not significantly.
So on the revenue side, this is pretty close to being the final number?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If I've run the numbers right quickly, comparing to our pocket profile that we put out, compared to prior years, on the three big legs of that stool that we like to talk about, obviously we're pretty level, as the graph shows on the state appropriations and the benefits, pretty much. But there's really a shifting of one leg getting a little shorter on that stool and one leg getting a little longer, with the tax leg getting a little shorter and the student tuition fees leg getting a little longer, by
A little.
What makes a leg longer?
Yes, anyway, it's shifting from really taxes by a very small amount, a couple of percentage points, to students. Is that accurate? Did y'all see that, or did y'all run the numbers?
That is probably right. I mean, I'd have to go
Okay.
back and look, but of course, as the state revenue goes down, then you have to make it up with the property taxes
Right.
and the tuition.
But in this case, the state revenue didn't go down, so we're having to make it up. We're having to make up, I'm going back to last year, we had an unusual increase in student tuition, which we didn't like, but we were locked into state tuitions. We had a tax valuation that didn't provide what we really needed, so the only third leg of the stool you could go to was the students. But this year, and I'm jumping ahead, we're proposing just not an extraordinary increase in the tuition fees like we did last year. It's the basic tuition markup each year, not an extra markup. So we're being able to balance without that. Is that correct?
I think generally, yes. Specifically, there was the $1 plus the 2.
Right.
Yes. It was much more modest than the previous year.
Okay.
Yes.
Still very affordable, though, as college tuition goes.
Okay, so now we're going to move into our strategic plan goal 3, which is professional initiatives. We're going to be looking at personnel to recruit and retain exceptional faculty and staff, and we're going to look at compensation. So what we do is we use the Texas Community College Teachers Association as a benchmark when we look at faculty pay, because this is apples to apples. This is the 50 community colleges in Texas. This is what we started using several years ago when the Faculty Council started a compensation committee, and this is the indicator they pointed to that they were looking at that time. So we've used it as a benchmark and an indicator as we move forward.
I'd just like to add one more thing. This is the association that we work very closely with together in Austin, like we've never worked before. To have them at the table as we're working together to prepare for the next legislative session.
Agenda.
The representatives are there, and it's been just a sea change with their participation.
So this group, they do a survey every year, and it's in the fall, and I think our data is provided in October. They release the report around Thanksgiving. So it's up-to-date data. And if you look back at like 11, 12, we were out of the 50 community colleges, we were ranked 15th. What this ranking is based off of is the average of our faculty, their pay for a 9-month contract. So this does not include any overloads they may get paid during the year for teaching extra courses beyond their load, and it does not include summer pay. So this is the 9-month contract.
The ranking is that of all community colleges, or just colleges our size?
All 50 community
50
colleges
community
in
colleges.
Texas.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yes. So we were 15 in 11, 12. And for 2 years now, for fiscal year ending 17 and fiscal year ending 18, we are ranked 5th for our average faculty pay against the 50 community colleges in Texas. The next slide is going to show you our faculty 9-month salary components, because there are different components to our faculty.
Go back for just a second. Sorry. I don't want to drill down too far, but of course these are averages.
Yes.
But from y'all's perspective, are we out of sync in any individual categories? When you go beyond the average and any type of faculty, any particular discipline? I mean, we used to always hear it's hard to recruit in nursing or technology where people can go off and get other jobs in industry. Are there any of those areas that we need to be looking at, or are those also being addressed in what's moving forward with this?
Yes, and yes. It's a tough scenario out there. You know, when you're competing locally with an industry that pays well in virtually every aspect, from the health sector to the industrial sector, it's a really tough place to be. That number 5 didn't come easy. This Board of Regents, this college has come together and made great strides, as you can tell, over the years. You know, but that number 5 can slip back very easily, and we know that. I know Dean McKinney's here from the industrial side, can tell you how he loses faculty on a regular. He'll hire 2 brand new faculty, 3 brand new, very, very specialized faculty members, and we'll lose 1 the next year. You know, so 1 out of 2 is what he's hoping to keep. That's not, it's not how you get to the Hall of Fame in the Major League Baseball, but it's very good compared to, you know, not having faculty to support. Anyway, it's across the board. We value all our faculty, and we want to do everything we can to continue to keep our, not rankings for the sake of ranking, but it is an indicator that we need to be as competitive with all 50 colleges across the state of Texas. And then, you know, we've got the local universities that we're also competing with as well.
So back to our 9-month salary components for faculty. We have our common base, which at a bachelor's level, the common base is $47,750. And if you come in with a master's degree, it's $50,188. We have an education component, which is $59 per credit hour. And it could range all the way up to, if you have your doctorate, it's an additional, the cumulative part, you would get $8,648 if you have a doctorate. So anywhere from $59 a credit hour up to that maximum for a doctorate. We also have a rank component. And if you take the cumulative, if you move in rank and you earn full professor, it's an additional $10,950 for that annual or that 9-month contract. And then it breaks out the different components for assistant professor, associate, and professor. So if you add those together, that's where you get the $10,950. And that's for tenure track positions. And then we have our year of approved experience pay, which is $829 per approved year, which is part of policy. To implement that experience pay, the board does have to approve it through the budget process. The next slide, it gives you some pay increase history for faculty and staff. You'll have the fiscal year, then you'll have the percent that was associated with staff, and then you'll have a column for faculty. So as Dr. Escamilla was talking about how we've made progress in that ranking from the slide we just saw a couple slides ago, this is what moved us up in rank, these initiatives and these efforts in faculty pay and the different components that we have taken and raised over the last several years that the board has approved. Those have what has moved the ranking from 15 up to 5. And I can go, you know, like I said, it's just for your information, and we can, if you have any questions on that detail. So our proposed increase in salaries for 19 budget. So we provided you with a salary number, which is the wage, but also associated with that, there's always a cost. There's always a cost of benefits. So we provide you with that too, because it is an expense that we do incur. So for faculty, if the board approves the 1 year of experience pay, and this is off of the faculty that are eligible, it'd be about $230,000 for the budget year. For the faculty that have already received and approved the promotions in rank, that's about $100,000. The impact on summer pay. Anytime the 9-month contract moves and that faculty teaches in summer, their summer pay is based off a percent of their 9-month contract, so it impacts summer pay. So we provide you with that information because it does affect the budget. So the benefits associated with these increases is about $81,000. So the total pay and benefits is $487,000 we're proposing on faculty. If you look at the staff side, We are proposing a 1% increase. Exempt, it would be about $115,000. Non-exempt, $66,000. And the benefits associated with this cost would be $36,000 for a total of $217,000. So if you add faculty and staff together, including benefits, it'd be about $704,000 to the budget.
Again, this is a proposed preliminary increase at this point in the day, and I am very proud to say we're still in June. This is a good place to be.
Yeah. And if you look at the footnote, I think it's important to point out, the $829 on faculty pay, the 1 year of experience, if you take that as a percent of the average faculty pay, which was that $65,829 from the other slide, it's 1.25% increase. So the 829 would be a 1.25% increase of the average pay, faculty pay.
What's the percentage again?
It is
Increase on faculty?
It's a footnote at the bottom. It's 1.25
Okay, I didn't
of
see
the average pay.
Okay,
So
I see.
the $829 would be 1.25% increase over the average faculty pay.
And so this will be the first time in a number of years that we are not proposing an increase to the common base.
In about, I'd go back on the history, it's been several years, yes. Yes.
Tammy, can I ask about that other note there about the 0% projected growth? So if enrollment changed, it would affect this because there would be more or less.
If enrollment grows, then that means we would have to have more instructors.
Got it. Okay.
So, yes, so this is all, yeah, it's just a footnote that all the budget is based on is 0% enrollment growth.
I'm with you.
Yes, whether it's on the people side or on the non-people side, the non-compensation side.
And again, at this point, because we're projecting, we're seeing flat numbers for summer, which are the prime indicators. That's the only reason, unless something just dramatically changes, which we'll see. We don't think so, but.
So going back to my questions about the percent to common base, do we have, you probably won't have the answer today, but is that consistent with what's happening in other community colleges of our size? Is anybody proposing a percent increase to common base? And/or what does that do to our, because we sometimes compare ourselves to public school salaries in the region. So that is of concern to me that we're not increasing the common base.
Sure.
And I'm not saying I propose it, but I just noted that we aren't doing that for the first time in a number of years.
At this point, that's correct.
Okay.
And this is what the feedback's all about today. I have not heard anything through the listserv of the CFOs or CEOs about any proposals. That typically starts ginning up here in the next few weeks. Again, we're earlier than we've ever been with this type of detail coming to the board. And so there's still some time.
Right.
And we're keeping all options on the table.
I think if you look back, because I know that we've provided before on the TCCTA, the survey that we were looking at before on the faculty, they don't actually rank it, but if you go and you take the survey and you look at the 50 community colleges, it lists their lowest, which is basically their common base. We rank third.
Okay.
For common base.
Okay.
And all the community colleges are different. We have the 4 components to our faculty 9-month contracts. Some colleges, they have different setups. So, we don't all have the same exact components to our 9-month contracts.
Yeah, the vast majority of our faculty have master's level degrees, and that's kind of the big centerpiece, the preponderance of our faculty.
Yeah, we have between masters and then masters of fine arts, we have 173 out of well, if you count terms, out of 322.
Yeah, so it's there's still again, there's still time. That's the good news and the bad news about being early in the game. So.
Right.
And we want to hear from you.
So if we look at our preliminary proposed, okay, that's good. I think we skipped the one before. Yeah, I think that's the one we're on, Kathy.
Yeah.
So if you look at this particular information, it gives you our FY19 proposed, or preliminary, since it's a workshop. It gives you the FY18, which is the FY18 adjusted budget, and then it shows you the increase for the particular areas and the percent changes. And then we also just provide some footnotes at the bottom of this slide on faculty that it includes the one-year experience pay, and then those promotions and rank that have already been approved per policy, the president approves those, and then the impact it would have on summer pay. It's kind of a recap of a previous slide. And then what it entails for exempt, non-exempt, and then the benefits that support these increases.
Is there any correlation between this slide and the previous one that says total increase of 704,000, and this one says an increase of 1.6 million?
Well, the slide you're looking at right now, this includes, where it says faculty, it includes cost of full-time and adjuncts or part-time. And then if you look at exempt and non-exempt, those are, well, the non-exempt includes all of our part-time employees. The previous slide is full-time only. So what we looked at for the proposed increase to salaries, those are full-time employees. Okay.
So on this one, it says non-exempt employees increase of 40,000. On the prior one, non-exempt employees, 66,000.
The difference is, like I said, this particular line, because this is the full budget for everything, the slide we're looking at right now. And on our non-exempt, it includes our part-time employees that we hire for certain needs of the college. We have had a reduction on the salary side, the expense side for part-time. We have reduced it from one year to the next. So from 19, we're proposing less dollars in the part-time budget. So that's why you see it's not showing the 66,000, it's showing 40, because we've reduced the part-time budget, which is part of the 10.5. That includes full-time and part-time employees.
Also included in there, we actually have instructors that are exempt. And those are the folks that are teaching over in the CE side, that are teaching, and I think that's kind of what's affecting these numbers that we're talking about. And so we have faculty, or technically staff members that are teaching, I guess that's the best way to describe them, on our CE side that are counted, and our grant employees and our grant driven. And so for the year, they're carried, not grant, but term.
This is not grant.
No, I'm sorry, that are term.
But there are contract instructors that are in the operating fund.
That's what I'm talking
that
about. That's
are
what I'm talking about.
Yes.
They don't show up as faculty, they show up as exempt and non-exempt.
Exempt and non-exempt.
That's what
yes.
affects that number. That's what I'm
Like
trying to
truck
say.
driving, those instructors are exempt employees, they're not faculty status. If we have a part-time skills trainer, which we use in a lot of areas for law enforcement and for the medical fields, those are in our part-time budget because they get paid by the hour. So there's more things in these two line items on the all-inclusive page, the proposed budget, than the prior slide is just the increases for full-time employees.
So I'm still a little confused. I would expect this number to be larger than this number.
Well, but this is like non-exempt, you're looking at the non-exempt employee line, correct?
I am.
Okay, so it's showing overall increases 40,500.
Correct.
The prior slide is showing the raise we're proposing for non-exempt is 66,000. The difference is the raises to full-time employees is 66,000. But when we get to this particular slide, it's the budget for full-time
So we have
and the
less
budget for
employees.
part-time.
So we've
So we've
reduced.
reduced the budget for part-time.
Okay. Right. I'm understanding.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Okay, so now we'll move on to the slide that shows all expense categories, and we start out at the top with the information that you just saw on the previous slide. Then we come down to the non-salary expenditures, which is a total, and then following this slide, you have the detail of what makes up those line items. And then you'll notice that a slight increase in the contingency, because that's per policy. We just ramped the contingency up to the expected level of revenue. And then you'll notice on the contingency appeal portion, that's for property tax valuations. We're expecting not to have to have as much in that contingency as we did last year. So we backed off from that number by 200,000.
Do you all understand that number? It's the industrial appeal.
Yes.
So a question related to our current fiscal year contingency of 600,000, that is still sitting there unused.
Yes.
And we either roll into fund balance, or we could find something else to do if by the end of the fiscal year we have not expended that.
Yes.
So that's something to keep an eye on, is that we have those additional dollars that we were saving that are outside of our normal contingency policy. Correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you different, do you expect to use that by the end of the year?
That's the question right there.
That's-
So I
Okay.
think,
Bingo, okay,
we
yeah.
think we'll use up to 400,000. That's an estimate at this point,
That
three
appeals
to four,
process you
out of that
think is gonna-
600.
Yeah.
Yeah, we think that shoe will fall here pretty soon, too.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, and then, but, no, go ahead, please.
Well, down at the bottom, we wanted to footnote the GASB contingencies that we always have. Now, the first one we've had, the GASB 68, which is the pension adjustment. Last year, that varies every year. That depends on what the numbers that TRS gives us. That's an actuarially determined number. We get that right when we're closing, the books in August. Last year, it was around 682,000. There's another new GASB that we're going to have to record this year, and that's for the post-employment benefits other than pensions, and the common term for that is OPEBs, if you've heard of that. We do not know at this time what that number is going to be. It will be like GASB 68, where we'll have to make a prior period adjustment, and then going forward, then you'll have a current year number. And again, we won't know that until, it'll be like GASB 68.
But any clue, are we talking about 10,000, 100,000? I mean, sense of relativity there, scale.
I don't think it would be as big as the pension number.
So when I talked to Lenora, Lenora, this is one that she passed off. She thought that it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple $100,000.
Yes.
That it would be significantly less.
Current annual.
On a current annual, so it'll change next year. This is one that's I'm sorry, go ahead.
But catching up, what are we gonna have to mark against the reserves for the first time?
Right now, we do not know. That will probably
I
be.
bet it's more than 200.
I'm thinking it's gonna be in the millions. We don't know yet. John and I are going to, in fact, he's there right now to the TACBO
Yes.
conference, and that is one of our #1 topics that we're trying to find out what people think. We do not budget for this. We don't include this in the operating budget, and nobody else, we've been petitioning everybody, and nobody else is budgeting for it either.
And
We
that-
just want you to know that it's there, and it does affect the general
So
fund.
not only for a new regent, but some of us old regents that have to remember things. I think the way this works is every time there's a new GASB, there's a lump sum catch-up. We mark it or take it out of reserves, right?
Right.
And so we had to take a big hit, because particularly generally when those come along, they're not $100,000.
No, they're
They're
several.
hundreds and hundreds of
Yes.
thousands of dollars.
Yes.
So that eats away at our reserves. Then each year, we get the current allocation that's estimated. We don't budget for it, primarily, as I remember, because we don't really know what the number is to the end of the year.
Right.
So effectively, on the matrix there, the 2 lines above total budget that says contingency, that $1,000,004, that's really a 1% item, is what's ultimately funding, because that current amount, are we charging it to income that year? Remind me of that, or is it?
The current amount goes to income.
So
Yes.
that really, since we haven't budgeted for it, it's really coming out of that contingency.
Right, yeah.
So remind us, when we have a contingency line, it's used to fund GASB's hits for the current year that we don't know at the beginning of the year. It is used to fund, obviously, any over budgets if we had anything unusual. We've had unusual property repairs or floods or things in the past. We had insurance things, right, that we've used some of that for.
Yes.
Plant needs. Whatever's left, we transfer to reserves. When we need to replenish the plant fund, we generally take it out of reserves. We try to make sure the reserves has a certain level for our bond ratings.
Right.
So this is like going back to my basic algebra class at Del Mar College, solving a simultaneous equation at right? My question here is, I'm beginning to wonder if we're really putting enough into contingency.
It's a 1.5%, isn't it?
It says 1% there.
Well, that's rounding. I mean, we just didn't round it up.
Okay.
I think the policy is 1.5.
1.5
yeah.
is the policy.
Yeah, but still, I mean,
These-
I think we're gonna need, not saying we need to decide today, but I think we need to be thinking about that we've got multiple reasons now to be tapping contingency, much less future things. A contingency is another way to save for the future.
Yes.
We're not only saving for our bond rating, which we think we're in pretty good shape on that, right?
Yes.
But now we're having to save for things like GASB hits every year, and then much less if we think there's some things we want to set aside for a rainy day for other purposes. So
Right.
I just would like us to think about,
Duly
going
noted.
forward, maybe that would be something for our new CFO when he starts to take a look at, along with our long-range planning that Mr. Bennett has been
And
advocating for.
that contingency is per policy, and so you could change that
Make a policy adjustment there and so forth, but
Or that's a minimum. There's nothing that says we can't say, hey, we're planning ahead, we need to, for the next 3 or 4 years, we'll want to do 2% or whatever.
correct.
But we gotta, I want people to make sure they understand contingency is not just what we think it's gonna be left over. It's not just the policy. We know we're gonna use it for some things, so let's be strategic about how we plan for and ultimately use contingencies.
Yeah, the
That's what I'm-
game has changed dramatically as these GASBs have come on.
Absolutely.
And there's this new GASB, and I don't,
It's basically retiree medical. I mean, that's what the new GASB
that
is.
again,
It's
sorry?
It's basically retiree medical. Retirees medical.
and so, and then the future variables that'll be coming our way and preparing, because it isn't the same scenario as just 5 short years ago. Duly noted.
So are we gonna have a full presentation on this new GASB? Is that gonna be brought up in some more detail? at
As
some
soon as we get the full explanation of it, we'll have a staff report separately, or however it fits, and that's where John is on.
Still not
on point.
completely understanding it, and
So a lot of us are still not, and I that is one that is flying all over the CEO listserv, and presidents are asking, how are you reacting to it? I've just got one from South Texas.
And it'll heat up this summer.
Yeah, well.
Because we'll have to book it,
Now, how
for
people are
August.
booking it, I mean, what they're
Yeah.
doing is they're telling us what is the college's long-term liability to pay for retiree medical. That's what this new one is. So it's an actuarial, they project it out in the future, that they put a number to it, because the college pays part of it and the state pays part of it. So they say, Del Mar, this is your share for a long-term liability to book to pay for your retiree medical, the portion that would pay.
So will we know that answer before we have to approve the budget in August?
we may not know it. by
So we're not gonna know whether we're underwater on the current budget we're about to approve.
Well, this isn't in the budget.
Right.
It's
Oh, I
just
know,
a-
but,
yeah.
but it really
Right.
is. It's just called contingency.
Yeah.
And if we underplan our contingency, then we've really shot ourselves in the foot in the future.
So,
It's not in the
It's not in it.
contingency.
No, we use the contingency to pay for
Yes,
it.
yes.
So ultimately,
Yeah,
that's
book it.
the
Yeah.
point of what I just said a while ago, Tammy. The contingency is so important, we plan ahead. I'd like to add to that discussion an analysis of the contingency and everything you think is going forward and what we need to do.
sure. Well, no, and as John is at that meeting right now, this is first, and, this is at the forefront of that agenda, and that's why we were really okay with him being gone, even though we weren't.
Yeah.
It's because effectively contingency is sort of a catch-all, an umbrella kind of category. It's easier for people on the outside to take pot shots at it, saying, why the heck do you have such a large contingency, without understanding we use that for multiple purposes. So we're not telling our story here.
Right.
Again.
And also to build up your reserves, and the
Bingo.
reserves are very important, for our bond ratings.
And we're never sure what the state is gonna give us.
Exactly. Now, the next two slides are the line item categories of the non-salary expenditures. Now, you can kind of see from looking down through the decreases, what we had to do to balance the budget to get to that revenue number was put in what we did, the cuts that we did at mid-year, because you can see the decline in contract instruction, physical facilities, repairs, equipment, contract labor, down through there. It's the same adjustments that we did at mid-year. We had to increase election expense because we're going to have an election in this year. Insurance, the property casualty insurance is going up by $224,000. Notice the increase in bank and collection fees. That's due to the fact that we switched from a compensating balance plan when the interest rates were really low. Now the interest rates are going up, so we're switched over to a fee base. So that's why the fees, even though you get more in interest income it is slightly offset or somewhat offset by the banking fees.
How much longer do we have on our current banking contract?
It is
before we-
actually up for renewal this summer for another 2 years.
But it's an automatic renewal or subject to?
You'll have to vote on it.
But we could go out for bid again if we wanted to.
We could, but it's pretty late at this point to
Or
go
we could
out for
defer the
bid.
contract for a couple months and then go out to bid. My point is, with what's changing in the market and banking, is it a good time to be bidding that out? You don't have to have an answer today, but I just asked you to think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just don't leave any, with it going up, it's a good time to say, let's not leave any money on the table.
Right, absolutely. So do y'all have any questions on?
I do.
these lines?
What is contract instruction? We're reducing that by over half. What,
This particular reduction was because since the new coordinating board rule says we cannot get reimbursements under a certain age, we provide the CE credits for craft training. And so since coordinating board will not reimburse us for right now it's the under 17, we don't have to pay out as much to craft training because we share in that particular CE credit. So the expense that we have to share in those CE credits with craft training has gone down because we're not able to count those younger ages.
Is it under
It was
17 or under
it was for that
16?
one period.
It was for one period.
For that one period. Now going forth, the law has changed, and you can now count up as young as 16-year-olds post-sophomore year in high school on up. So that number will expand down. That's the law that we changed.
okay, so we've reduced it by just slightly over half, but that's not a layoff.
And it's not changing
We
program.
didn't lay people off.
No, contract instruction is instruction like externally. It's not our
Okay.
employees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is not
It's a
our
third
employees.
party.
It's
Okay.
yeah, and primarily it's that.
Another question, the equipment, we're saving a lot of money there.
Right.
Now, if I'm correct, our actual expenses through April are a great deal lower than our budget as well.
Right.
So that looks like we're saving money 2 years in a row extensively
Primarily,
on
right.
equipment.
And that's computer technology.
Is that because we budgeted it and didn't spend it? Is
So that was
that,
one of the areas where we cut to meet the budget.
are we overcutting because we're doing it 2 years in a row here? And,
Well-
and deferred maintenance is a problem I always have a concern about.
Sure.
But this is deferral of technology, it sounds like, and we're deferring it 2 years in a row?
Well, I think one thing to get back on the maintenance, it's not really deferred as in not doing it. It has been some things that have been identified that we can actually legitimately, we've checked, that we can move to the bond program.
And, okay.
So it's taken it out of this budget, but it's something that has been identified that
capital.
can be moved over into the bond program, yes.
Now, but I read in a lot of articles that many colleges are suffering from the effects of deferred maintenance. So if we save $10 today, and it cost us $800 in 3 years, that's not in the budget.
But
It
you
looks like
know-
a savings.
But remember, we are totally modernizing this East Campus. So you're going from these older buildings.
I think August has
Yeah,
some input
yeah.
here.
14.
On both those
If I may
fronts.
add, as it relates to equipment, specifically computers, you know, in today's world, most of the equipment that our students bring on campus are a lot more advanced than our equipment. The usage of PCs in the labs are not discipline specific. Give me a specific example. Last year, there was one discipline that did not get approved for an upgrade of equipment at over 76,000. And this year, the recommendation to me is the equipment that's there, Windows 10, with i3 processor, X amount of memory, is still good enough for that particular discipline because they primarily use it for browsing. As it relates to disciplines in the West Campus, you know, that's totally different story. So it depends on what you have and what you use it for.
And I understand that, but I saw it budgeted last year and a big cut made, which was probably related to the $1.9 million deficit. And now we're cutting again in that same area, and my concern is, are we overcutting?
Good question. We'll watch that. We'll watch that, and then we'll be working with our CIO, and we have that noted.
And your new CFO.
And new CFO.
He'll be on board August 1.
August
I have a report here in just a
List
little
is
bit.
growing and growing and
I have
growing.
I have a sneaking suspicion
You,
he's
you
eaten
have
it.
him inked yet, so he can't back out now.
I do have him inked in blood, so not actually with. I have a sneaking suspicion he might be watching live right now.
So I have a question related to security and campus police. So our security budget is basically flat, and our campus police, we know we're staffing up based on the presentation a couple of meetings ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And so at some point, is that security going to remain in our budget at that level, or at some point is it going to go down? I realize we're transitioning and we're not going to be staffed up in our own police, but let's talk about the difference between those two and what that looks like.
Well, go ahead.
Well, some of it will be offset when we do have the police department that's up and running and functioning, but we will still have a presence of security on campus because they do the 24/7 monitoring, they watch the cameras, they go to some minor calls that usually you typically maybe not use your police force for. But you wouldn't have police that are here because the security contract, they're here 24/7, 7 days a week, whether we're open or closed. So they have someone here present on campus, whereas we wouldn't have our police here when we're closed for 2 weeks. So there will eventually be a reduction in the security side contract, but there's still a need to have them.
Yeah, it's a ramp-up opportunity. I mean, we're going to ramp down as we start phasing up our own police department.
And is that contract handled underneath, or will it be handled underneath campus police at some point, or is it a separate? I realize they're dovetailing, but are they?
They're coinciding as they're
It's handled currently under.
Lauren's way back in the
Lauren,
corner
yeah,
back there. I know
and it will
she's.
be handled under the.
So yes, it'll
That's
be
what
all
it's budgeted.
it'll all be integrated into one. The plan is to ramp up on our policing obligations and then scale down accordingly.
Are we budgeting?
With their leadership.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go
Are
ahead.
we budgeting to have people on the South Campus once we start building?
That would be in future budgets.
Not 19?
No, not 19.
Another question? Are any of these new buildings coming online during this fiscal year?
The ones here?
I know the big one's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the West Campus.
West Campus.
Yeah, the workforce development building in the West Campus, as well as the emerging technology expansion, is expected to go live the first quarter of 2019.
Okay, so we've got additional cost in the budget for those new buildings, and yet our budget's not gone up. That's,
Well, in theory, they're new, so there's not a lot of maintenance issues,
But-
but the operating cost is.
yeah, they've got a meter attached to
Yeah,
them.
electric and has that been anticipated?
In terms of the square footage.
And we've got to clean them, the maintenance crews.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take that in under consideration right now. We just are gathering back up and.
So it sounds
those
like you don't
tunnels.
know, you're gonna have to go check.
That we're going to have to go check exactly where we are on that
That's
one.
probably because Lenore's not here and she was, well, but yeah, that's an important question, very important.
Thank you for that. Duly noted, though.
Before we move into the tax rates, I want to kind of summarize this because this is a budget workshop, so it's great. We're here to learn, understand, you're getting a lot of detailed questions from us, but could you summarize between the three of y'all, which are the areas of this budget you're most worried about? Because it is a tentative budget, lots of hard work has gone into it, right? Lots of input from on campus. But already we've identified some things, everything from what Ed just brought up with operational cost to concerns about GASB that are not reflected, all sorts of things. Where are we at risk? Where do we have some things that maybe could change between now and when we have a final budget? Does that make sense?
Sure. You know, our final numbers from the appraisal district are probably that's the biggest variable, right? I guess the most.
Yes.
The biggest unknown at this point. And, you know, this is why we've approached it as closely as we have, as we always have, with their team through John Johnson and Lenora Keys. I think that is the biggest variable there. You know, we read the summer one enrollments for projections on enrollment. We thought surely the summer Pell would have supported us a little bit more and bolstered the summer enrollment as it did the first time in 2010. And then we're also dealing with an extremely low unemployment rate. So I think that is another variable that is both an opportunity and a threat.
And we're in hurricane season.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. Storm season's already brewing up. We were just talking about that, you and I, Mr. Chairman. There's already a couple of storms in the Pacific right now where there's activity in the Gulf, and it's.
So those are broad brush stuff, particularly on revenue and potentially on expense side, but then specifically you've got some items to follow up on the expense side that could
Police.
potentially change that numbers. We may not. I mean, we could end up being a little out of whack on some of the.
And
So-
back on the Pell Grant, the summer Pell Grant.
Sure.
I thought I always heard that was gonna significantly impact our student enrollment,
Yes. Yes.
but it didn't?
So far, we're flat. So far, we're flat for summer. And we went above and beyond to reach out to them, and our best answer, and we didn't get the response that we thought. We're still at a flat scenario, which is, again, in the post-Harvey scenario, is speaking to, a better scenario, but better situation. We called, we emailed, we had a full campaign to reach out to them. We think it's the economy, and that there's so many people working out there.
Did students file for the Pell Grant in the summer?
Rito, can you talk about our efforts there?
Actually, at Regent Bennett, students were automatically given summer Pell.
And
So
they were
they were
trying to-
actually sent a letter saying, Rito Silva, you have $1,200 waiting for you this summer. Come in and register. Your money was already there. And speaking with our financial aid director, she's been here for a while. She saw more students actively go in there and decline the summer Pell Grant, which kind of puzzled us as well.
What?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they were denying them.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and that's what made us think maybe they had jobs to go to or other things that they decided to do rather than to come over here. But every student that qualified for summer Pell was not just emailed and sent a letter, they were personally got a phone call.
But when you just say denied, it meant they weren't going to school. It wasn't that they were going to school and denied that.
Oh, correct, I'm sorry, yes,
Right,
yes.
okay.
Yes, they decided not to come to school
Which
and
could be a
then
function
denied
of the
financial aid.
economy and people
Exactly,
working.
that's what our assumption was because of that.
So maybe without the summer Pell, enrollment would have gone down.
Maybe.
Wow. Okay.
And maybe with summer Pell in future years, when the economy changes, that it might still go up
They may.
because of that. I mean, but that's gonna be more a factor of the.
When it hit in 2010, you think about what was going on in the summer of 2010. It's a very different economy. And our numbers went up to all-time, I think we hit the all-time high that fall. In fact, I'm sure we did.
Were the students aware that there would be summer Pell?
This time?
Yes.
Last time, it just kind of happened organically. It was instituted, we went into the semester. This time, we had a full campaign, and we were calling them, emailing them, texting them, all sorts of things. Personal phone calls by the hundreds for the summer. And that's what we were just saying. Some of them declined the packages that they were awarded. That was the strangest thing I'd heard in a long time.
But we haven't had summer Pell grants.
We hadn't had it since 2010.
Right.
Correct.
So tell us about tax rates and revenues.
Okay, now we go into the review of tax rates. And first, we show the M&O budget and the M&O rate and the dollars generated from the proposed tax rate at that 3% growth is the 52,925,447. And then we'll note that, as the slide says, pending the end of July, first part of August, we'll be calculating all those tax numbers. John will be calculating all those tax numbers. And then the debt service budget, you can see the debt service obligation is the 18,500,409, and that debt service rate is going up from 1718, and that is due to the 2 bond issuances that we're currently working on for both the 14 election and the 16 election that we will have, that is going to add to that debt service rate. up to the .072766.
Have we issued those last bonds that were approved?
Those bonds will be issued, the 18 series A and B, 48 million for the East and West campus and 61 million for the South campus.
So they've not been issued yet?
Right, they're in July, they're going to be issued in July.
Okay, so we don't have a firm interest rate yet on those?
We don't have a firm interest rate yet, but I know that Dave Gordon, our bond advisor, has a good placeholder in there for what he expects.
Okay.
Can we go back, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
to, yep, the M&O tax. So, keeping our budget rate flat, assuming a 3% growth. So if the 3% does not come into play, we would have to adjust the rate to raise $52,925,447.
Right.
Conversely, if it comes out at 3.2% increase, then we have got either room for additional contingencies or to look at the maintenance issues. And then the third option would be to raise our rate if we determine that we need additional revenues to cover things that we're not confident the expenditure side of the budget is covered. So you're proposing at this point a flat rate, but that okay. So we didn't know that we still can have that discussion about increasing the tax rate with the variable being the valuations.
Yes.
Which is why in the July meeting coming up, even though we don't have a separate budget hearing, I don't believe, but we'll have a budget as a topic. Some of these questions we've raised today, particularly on some of the expense items and operating costs for the new buildings coming online. I think we want to make sure we have a good, solid discussion, Dr. Escamilla, about that and all the components. We may not still have some of those broader variables yet determined, particularly tax valuations, but we need to get as many things understood and where we are by going into the July meeting, so to see if there's any changes to this, still subject to what could happen between the July meeting and into July.
And then the question, not for today, but for that next meeting would be, what is our rollback? What's our effective tax rate rollback number?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and so then the combined rate will go up because of the debt service rate.
Right.
So this would be the combined tax rate with the flat M&O tax rate and the increase in the debt service rate. And we're just keeping this placeholder in here for that we still have on the table to work on a 5-year forecast. When our new CFO comes, that'll be on his list to help us work with that. And now, questions?
Yes.
Now, questions?
Go back to the prior sheet. I have a
added question.
Under the A, I'm sorry, the 5-year kind of in development. I know it's another thing we put on the list of the new CFO. Y'all have already done some initial work, as you've indicated here. Do you have a timeline when you're going to have something to show us?
We have some models that we've been looking at.
So Lenora was expecting to roll this out in August.
Okay.
In preparation, the idea was to move into closure of this year's budget with this model, a model, not necessarily the model, but a first model for us to have.
First pass, so to speak.
Yes.
And that would be helpful. The reason I'm asking time frame is ideally to be able to see that, to know any impacts before we finalize the budget, because there could be some things that we see long-term that we need to really put into this budget. Of course, the problem is at that point in time, a lot of the detailed work has been flushed through the system, so it's really hard to change a budget in August.
I think those two things will be working
Together?
Together.
Okay.
And they'll coincide as we're developing that 5-year forecast. It'll be with this budget in mind.
And then we don't need to know this today, but I would hope that maybe when we talk about it in August, y'all could come prepared to talk to us about what's going to be your process to use that, how you're going to use it, how frequently you're going to update it, how often is it going to be reviewed to us? Is it a once-a-year document? Is it, let's be prepared to talk a bit about the process and the use of that rolling 5-year budget. as we go forward.
And I've already had preliminary conversations with Mr. Garcia, our onboarding CFO, and so this is something that's near and dear to his heart. You'll be glad to hear. So, but we're going to give it. We're going to have to do the handoff, and Lenora Keys and I are going to bring them along. And this, like I said, this will coincide with the last part of our current fiscal or next year's budget.
Questions?
All right.
I know we've asked questions as we've gone along. Any additional questions? Any burning questions? Anything that you haven't asked that you want to ask now?
Any other questions that may come up, please call me.
You don't have to wait till a formal presentation.
No, please don't. And we've made notes. There's about 4 or 5 of us taking notes on all the comments today. And again, thank you to the staff. I think we did Lenora proud. To this point, we'll see when she gets back, but we have all these points made. Thank you for this. I do appreciate how early we are sharing greater detail. That's the issue. That's what's different. That's what's different. We are sharing more detail than we have before, and we expect to get even better next year.
Great. Before we break for lunch, I do want to call for any public comments about this agenda item since it was a budget workshop. To have anyone that would like to address the board regarding item number 4, the discussion related to the 2018-19 budget. Okay, hearing none, we will adjourn for lunch at 12:29. Regents, our meeting starts technically at 1. We'll try to get back as soon as close to 1. If we need to take a few minutes extra, we certainly can, but we do have a long.
Are we in the dining room?
Yes, we are. Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to resume at 1:11 p.m. the Del Mar College Board of Regents meeting. I want to thank you for returning after our lunch break. For those of you who were not with us in the morning, we had a long but wonderful morning meeting. In addition to our budget workshop, we also had a chance to interview 3 candidates for our vacancy and voted and approved our newest regent, Dr. Mary Sherwood, who was immediately sworn in and joined us for the rest of the morning session. And so she has joined us at the table for this afternoon. And again, welcome. And we're glad you're here.
I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very
Good.
honored to be here.
Good. Thank you. With that, we will start into our afternoon portion of the agenda, and we're going to begin with recognitions. And I believe Dr. Silva has the first one.
Yes, good afternoon, Regents. I'm pleased to inform you that Diana Ortega-Furic, our Assistant Dean of Student Engagement and Retention, has successfully completed the 2017-2018 New Leadership Academy Fellows Program sponsored by the National Forum of Higher Education for Public Good and the American Association of Hispanics in Higher Education, which was hosted at the University of Michigan. The year-long fellowship program helps prepare talented leaders to acquire greater responsibility for influential positions within their institutions and be an influential voice in society. Dr. John Burkhart, faculty director of the program, sent Dr. Escamilla a note, and he commented that Diana proudly represented Del Mar College through her enthusiastic participation, insight, and her engagement. And on another note, Diana also completed her dissertation and successfully completed it in December. So this is now Dr. Diana Ortega-Furic. So she's had a busy year. Congratulations, Diana. Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Simmons. Thank you. Will you take a second for the photo? Oh, sure.
Next on our agenda, we're going to skip the faculty recognition. We'll do that later, I believe, but we're going to start with our staff reports. Dr. Beth Lewis will discuss the 2016-17 instructional program review process and status report.
Thank you. Very quickly, program review, as you know, is collaborative, it's systematic, it's a way of analyzing components of an instructional program solely with the intent of improving its quality. It is, and this is critical, it is faculty-led. It is administratively supported, but it is faculty-led. The entire committee is made up of faculty members who look at their own programs. It complies with the SAC COC principles of 7.1, 8.1, 8.2A, 8.2B, and 8.2C. So this is not just something that we do because we think it's a good idea. Although it is an excellent idea, it's also something that SACS requires us to do. And we conduct between 11 and 18 reviews per year, and then they go on to a 5-year cycle. So we're always doing between 11 and 18 every year. We look at 7 core criteria, the first of which is the review of the assessment processes. In other words, how do we achieve the student learning outcomes? How do we achieve the general competencies and the program level outcomes? That's different from how we evaluate student learning at the class level in the student evaluations. This is program level outcomes. We look at the faculty support of the program and the learning. We look at the curriculum integration and mobility. In other words, what is the sequencing of courses? Does that make sense? Is the information that they are learning in that course, that intro course, is it the logical carryover to the next course? The student educational intent, the ones who come there, what are they hoping to get out of that? Are we using our personnel effectively? How much does this program cost to run? Is it cost effective? And is it strategically advantageous to the college? When these programs are completed, the program reviews are completed, there are 4 possible outcomes. The one that everyone wants, of course, is the positive one. That means that they give a 2-year interim report on the recommendations from the program review, and then the program's not reviewed again until the 5-year cycle. Think of this as our own version of SACS, right? So we have a positive outcome, we have to update any kind of recommendations, and then they do it again in 5 years. Sometimes, though, it becomes a conditional outcome where they have to have an annual review, a full-blown annual review the following year to correct their deficiencies. Probationary indicates the intent to terminate the program after 1 year if the deficiencies are not corrected. And then finally, there is one to recommend to terminate when the program has failed to correct deficiencies after conditional and probationary status. So you can see that that's a last, that's sort of the nuclear option, right? There's nothing left at that point. We've done everything we can to help them get to where they need to be, and it's not going to happen. So here are this is the status report on the 2017 reviews. The ones that are listed there are positive. You can certainly read all of those, and you can see how busy and robust these programs are. None of our programs are very small, and the program reviews are very dense in a good way, thick, a lot of information. So the ones that are still under review, biology, geology, Mexican American studies, and physics. And then terminate is engineering technology. I'll be talking more about that probably in the next time that I'm up here. Literally today in about 10 minutes. So a little suspense building there.
Question before you move on. The still under review, is that just because they're late in getting started or because it's taking longer? Is there do we read anything into that as an issue, and when do we think they'll be completed?
No. So Mexican American Studies appeared in my office on Monday. I was pleased to see that, and biology appeared yesterday. So I did not have a chance to review those before. I had to give the information in for the board meeting. Geology is still being reviewed. We've had a little bit of difficulty with personnel in that area. And then physics, as you know, having lost our one physics instructor last year, we don't have a full-time faculty in the physics department, and so it's very hard to do a program review when there's not a lead faculty and not a full-time faculty in that area. We're working very hard to get that done, but it's extenuating circumstances. It has nothing to do with the quality of
So
the
no red flags or anything there?
No, sir, not
Great.
at all. Not
Thank
at all. Questions?
Any questions for Dr. Lewis?
This is important dialogue. These are This is evidence, this conversation that we're having is evidence that we would use to submit as part of our review with SACS COC in our 10-year evaluation. And it is required, not only important and the right thing to do, but required for us to bring and update the board on all our program reviews. It is a lot of work. Each one of those binders is how thick?
It's a 3-ring binder, and it's probably 200 or 300 pages.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Each of the program reviews.
Thanks to all who've done that.
Yes.
Beth, I did think of one more question. Certainly a positive review is the top. It's great. It's an extensive review, even in terms of bulk, as you just mentioned, with the size of the binder. It does not necessarily mean it's an excellent program, but it means that the program's had a thorough review and vetting. So we can safely assume that when a program gets rated as a positive, it says we have a really good, solid program. It's outstanding in many respects.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, that doesn't mean that there aren't areas for improvement. And that's one of the things that the Program Review Committee does, is they'll make recommendations. Perhaps this course should be placed before this one, based on program mobility, placed on what the area universities now want. It makes more sense to have this class before this one. So that kind of recommendation might come out of program review.
And I'll be honest, why I'm bringing this up is we have had a former regent in the past who would sometimes make personal comments about the quality of the programs at Del Mar College. And to me, when we do these reviews and we see, wow, we've got all these solid programs performing and doing what they should be doing, that speaks to the quality of the education that we provide to students and our community needs here. And so I want us to take great pride in that and say, yes, we do have extremely high-quality programs.
I agree. Thank you. The Program Review Committee is not only made up of members of that program, of that department, but also other faculty members. So it's not just people looking at their own material, it's also other eyes from the college looking at it. So it verifies what
Good.
they're finding.
Appreciate that. Any other questions for Dr. Lewis? Okay.
Good job.
Next, Dr. Lewis is going to talk about hurricane preparedness.
And I don't have any presentation on this, any slides on this, but I just want to briefly go through what we're doing. As you know, hurricane season started on June 1st, and we do have a little bit of activity both in the Pacific and soon to be in the Gulf. So let me tell you a little bit about what we are doing. There are 5 things that we're doing right now. One is that divisions are updating their business continuity plans with contact information for employees. We're also making sure that they are including their likely evacuation information. So not only all the ways we can contact them here, but where are you likely to evacuate to and how do we contact you there? What is your sister's name and phone number where you'll be staying in San Antonio? That sort of thing. Divisions will soon start an inventory of their areas for what we're calling special conditions that will need unusual accommodations in the event of a hurricane with mandatory evacuation. Let me talk a little bit about that. We have some unusual things. Certainly, we have a lovely grand piano that we would want to make arrangements for very, very quickly. That is not something you want to have sitting on a stage with no power in particularly a dense area or a wet area. We also have some animals, including some snakes, and I'm here to tell you if we have mandatory evacuation, those snakes are on their own as far as I'm concerned. But that, you know, Dr. Southard, I'm sorry, he's gone.
There are people who will take care of our snakes.
Yes, they are arranging for, and that's what I mean by the unusual circumstances, is that we've got to make sure.
Pianos to snakes, we're covered.
We're covered. We do it all, pianos to snakes. So, you know, we want to make sure that people are thinking about those things. Right. The third thing that we are doing is, and part of number 2, excuse me, was reviewing our and evaluating our current supplies on hand. What do we have on hand? What needs to be thrown out? What's no good anymore? What do we need to order right now? We're also reviewing our standing MOUs with vendors to determine what needs to be strengthened, expanded, or discontinued. One of the best things that we can do is have standing MOUs that says we are first in line. In the case of an emergency, we will be served first. We will get the first delivery of fuel. We'll get the first delivery of ice. We'll get the first delivery of whatever it is. The most important thing that we are doing is revising the critical incident organizational chart. And we are using the incident command structure, what's called ICS, from the Department of Homeland Security. This includes a primary lead and a secondary backup for each of the following areas. And this is important because while we've talked about this in the past, we've not ever really implemented this. A primary lead and a secondary backup in each of the following areas: incident commander, public information, liaison, safety, facilities operations, student services operation, academic operations, procurement, and administration. We're going to be notifying people of their roles within the next week, and then we'll be conducting training by the end of this month so that everyone is aware what's expected of them in that area. And there won't be any questions about, oh, well, who's responsible for this? We'll know exactly who's responsible. And then the last thing that we are doing is designating employees for what we call Stage 0 and Stage 1 response after a hurricane. Stage 0 is our first responders, our Del Mar College's first crew back in after a hurricane to take assessment. What's salvageable, what's not, what's destroyed, what's safe, what are we doing? That's our Stage 0 people. Our Stage 1s are the ones who come in right after that, after the has been secured, and then we start looking at what else do we need to do after that. Questions?
I have a question with regard to the using the incident command structure. Are y'all doing the ICS certification trainings for the folks who will be designated?
We will be. I am ICS certified on 100, 200, 300, 400, 700, and 800. And I know that Chief White is also, and so we will be tag teaming as incident command, and then we'll be going through the training with the others.
Great.
Other questions? Okay, until we see you again up here.
I'll be back.
Great, thank you. Next, Dr. Christina Wilson is going to come to the podium and give us an update on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board 60 by 30 strategic plan.
Good afternoon, everybody. 60 by 30 plan is the state's higher education plan for Texas. It's effective as of 2015, so it's been in place for 3 years. The plan consists of 4 broad overarching goals that are very visionary, very ambitious, and those targets are set for 2030. Just recently, within the past few years, since launching the plan, the state realized that though the broads are very broad, very visionary, they are hard to make actionable on an institutional or regional level. So just recently, they developed regional targets, and in some cases are asking for institutional targets, and we're going to be talking about that today. In terms of the region that Del Mar College is a part of, we are included as part of the South Texas region, and you'll see on the slide a map of the state of Texas. There's 10 regions that the state broke up each area into, and South Texas is the largest. It spans from San Antonio all the way down to the border. Okay, so the 4 overall goals of 60 by 30 are Goal 1, educated population, Goal 2, completion, Goal 3, marketable skills, and Goal 4, student debt. I'll be spending most of my time today talking about Goals 1 and 2 because that's the area in which the state has put the most focus. We'll talk about 3 and 4, but those areas are most applicable to universities. For Goals 1 and 2, you'll see various targets, and you see there on the slide the little icons. In some cases, I'll be showing statewide targets. In other cases, the regional South Texas targets, and then finally, the Del Mar College targets. And all of this information is available on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board's website, 60 by 30. Going into Goal 1, what the plan is named after. By 2030, at least 60% of Texans ages 25 to 34 will have a certificate or degree. What you see here is the progress that's been made in the past 2 years, there on the left side for 2015 and 2016 on the statewide level. And on the right side, you see the final target for 2030 at 60% and the interim targets that the state has set. You can see that some progress has been made on a state level, but we do need to increase that level of increase in order to meet these targets. Just to give you some context, what you're looking at is actually a snapshot. The way this is captured is through a survey from the U.S. Census Bureau, and it's taken every year, so it's an estimate. This is an estimate of attainment rates.
Just a point of clarification at this point. I think I've heard you say, or maybe it was you, Dr. Escamilla, that part of the challenges is that those numbers in the colored stacked bars are statewide, and so there's no real broken out goal by college level or region level. So even if we had, or we're looking at the data for Del Mar College, we might be matching and tracking that higher or behind the state, but we don't know yet what the accountability is going to be for us. Is that accurate?
Correct. For this particular goal, it is very difficult to break it down to the institutional level. I will show you, though, they have set a target for a region for South Texas that is possible to glean, but this is a survey, it's an estimate. So it's very, very difficult to take into account our impact. In addition, it also looks at anybody who's earned any sort of credential who lives here in the region. Doesn't mean they earned it from us. They could have earned it from outside of the area and moved to Texas. So it really is a snapshot, and this one is hard to make that institutional connection.
And so it's really difficult for us. Do we even have the data how Del Mar is doing on this, or does it? So we really don't have it.
Indicator.
So all we can do is monitor on a statewide level and know that it's going to be important to the Higher Education Coordinating Board, but we don't really have the ability to know how we are individually doing towards those goals.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's important. Let's take a look at it. Let's keep it in mind. But
A lot of the data is available in that almanac that they gave us, especially for the individual colleges.
yes.
But this is not on there. I've looked at it, but not really studied it yet.
This particular indicator cannot be broken down into an institutional level. There are a couple of indicators here associated with goals 2 and 3 and 4 that we can get to the institutional level, but for goal 1, this particular measure cannot be.
Even on the website, it won't be broken down. Okay.
But let me show you the next slide.
Okay.
As I mentioned, a target has been set for the South Texas region. It's not possible to set a target or to collect data for the institution. But for the region, the state of Texas has set a goal for us of 47% by 2030. So as you can see, we have also made progress in the South Texas region to meet this goal. And we're actually on a pretty good pace. We need to increase that level of increase if we're going to meet these targets, but it's better than the state as a whole.
Why is our goal less than 60%?
That's a very good question. The state set these goals for us, and the way they explained it to us is they took into account enrollment patterns and also the number of higher education institutions in the particular region. So for instance, the Metroplex in Central Texas, they have goals over 60%. I believe they have 70% attainment, but also due to where we're starting, the fact that we started around 33%, they wanted the goal to be ambitious, but possible. Okay, moving on to goal 2, completion. And this is one where we can look at statewide targets, regional targets, and institutional targets. The goal for the state is for at least 550,000 students in the year 2030 to complete a credential. And this is assuming that each year the number of students earning a credential increases. So again, you can see the final target for 2030 along with the interim targets and the progress that has been made in the last 2 years. So on the state level, there has been a 3.8% increase in the last 2 years. It's good that we're increasing, but that increase has to be higher if we're going to meet those targets on a state level. Regionally, the target that was set for us is 93,113 South Texas students to earn a credential by 2030. Within the last 2 years, we've seen a 4.7% increase, a little bit higher rate of increase than the state as a whole, but we still need to be just a little bit higher in order to meet the interim targets and the final targets. And finally, let's take a look at Del Mar College. We've set these particular targets for ourselves based on the rate that the state is asking for growth in South Texas. So you'll see how we've done in 2016, 2017 as compared to our targets. So our target for 2030 is to graduate 2,873 students. And the last 2 years, we've seen a really big increase in the number of graduates. You'll see 16.7%, which is significantly higher than both the state and the regional rates. If we continue along this path, then we will meet our targets. But then again, that was a spike. We're very happy with that spike, but we're going to have to maintain growth in order to meet those targets we set for ourselves. But so far, looking good. The state also has selected target population, groups of students who traditionally do not have high completion rates, and those groups include African American, Hispanic, economically disadvantaged, and male students. What you see there is Del Mar College's percentage increase for those target populations, and Del Mar actually has higher rates of increase than both the two-year college average and the whole state average. That's something to be quite proud of. Okay, moving on to marketable skills, goal 3. By 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions will have completed programs with identified marketable skills. And one of the ways that the state measures this is to ensure that at least 80% of our graduates are found to be either employed or going to school for an additional credential 1 year after completion. The target for the state is 80%, and the data that you see there is for our institution, Del Mar College. And we have consistently exceeded that target.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and this may be construed as a political statement, but I would assume that in this area, the community colleges are really doing a lot of, are making a huge contribution to the state in terms of meeting this goal, because we do so much work. I mean, you can come out of a university with a 4-year degree, and you may or may not be marketable with that, but with the community colleges, with what we're doing with some of our job-specific training and certificates and stuff, that we're particularly shining in this area. Is that a
Yes.
fair
Yes, that is
statement
a
to say?
safe assumption to make. On the state level, all institutions combined, they do not meet that overall target. And if you look at just 2-year institutions, they're around 90%. So we really are leading the way for this particular
And
goal.
I say that not so much brag just about Del Mar College, but certainly community colleges, and it's a way of reinforcing the uniqueness of our mission and what we're doing for our communities in ways that are really tangible to both students and people that want to go to college, but also for the workforce.
Yes, definitely. This is what we were built to do, and we're doing it well.
Built to do.
Can I get some clarification, the difference between the goal and the target? I read the goal to be that all graduates have to have these marketable skills, and the target for 2030 is 80%. What am I missing?
Yes, and you're right. Every graduate, we want to have marketable skills, identified marketable skills for every program, for every credential. But one of the ways that they measure that is to see the percentage of students enrolled or working. So we
So
wanna
the
make
idea
sure
is that if 80% are enrolled, or working or enrolled, then everybody has gotten a skill. I mean, is that?
Yes, that's the conclusion that
Okay.
they're
They
drawing.
may or may not be employed with it, but that they got a skill.
Yes,
Okay.
and that's just one way to measure whether or not those skills were earned and marketable as part of that degree.
All right.
It's a little confusing. Again, I love these goals. They're visionary. They set a target for us, but we're finding that they are hard to put into practice and hard to measure. So this one isn't quite perfect, but it gives us
You're
an
doing good.
indicator of where we are. Okay. And the final goal is student debt. By 2030, no more than, yes, ma'am.
Go back for a question on that one.
Sure.
Did I get on? There. I know that for the universities, and this may be one of those differences I have to learn, but each of the programs is having to say what the marketable skills are for that program. How is that going here? Is that happening for Del Mar in the same way that it's happening for the 4-year institutions?
Yes, thank you for asking about that. Several of our leaders recently participated in a conference on marketable skills to find out exactly what is the best way to communicate and deliver this to students. Each of our programs has program learning outcomes, which define what a student needs to know and do by the time they graduate. The difference between marketable skills is they want the language to be very explicit so that students can market themselves to employers. So we are learning about that practice. I believe the deadline for us is by 2020 to have all of those written out and communicated to students. So we are on board and on track for that. You're welcome. Okay, goal 4, student debt. By 2030, no more than half of all students who earn an undergraduate degree or certificate will have debt. This is kind of similar to the previous goal in that it's more applicable to universities in that, of course, bachelor's degrees are longer. Students tend to take loans for bachelor's and master's degrees. Here at Del Mar College, 35.5% of our graduates graduate with debt, and that is below the target. And that is the case for most two-year colleges in Texas. So what are our next steps? So we took a look at some very broad goals, and as was discussed, we need to monitor them. They're important to the state. It's important that we strive to meet them. But what we found as an institution is that we really want to select those indicators that are most important to us and our student body. We collect data all of the time through our statistical profile for internal and external reports. We have lots of data that we look at, but we have determined it would be beneficial to us if we had a set of maybe 5 to 10 clear indicators that we monitored all of the time. We are also currently involved in the Texas Pathways Project, so we're looking at the student experience from when they first connect to us to when they complete. So our next goal is to develop key performance indicators for student success all along that student pathway.
Dr. Wilson,
Yes, ma'am.
how do you make the first connection from the high school to Del Mar? Do you have, do
there's so
we
many
go
ways.
back? Because they're making them choose that pathway so early. So what do we do when they get on the campus, that's the first time we see them with their, and what if they've changed their pathway?
Right. And I do understand the K through 12 institutions, they are asked to select their program cluster very early. We try to guide them as much as possible. They come to our campus, but we also have outreach staff that go out and meet with students early. Additionally, our early college, high school, and dual credit students get additional support. And we want them to select the major that's right for them. They come to us with an idea, but we also have career development work that happens so they can ensure that they are selecting the right major. and the right
But if
path.
someone comes from high school and says, well, I chose math, but I decided I don't want that anymore, do we help them transition to wherever they really need to be?
Yes, we do.
Do we have enough counselors to do that? No.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Silva on that one.
Well, and I think our counselors do, and our advisors do a wonderful job. We have a faculty advising model here, and so our faculty do a wonderful job at advising those students. But we also have liberal arts advisors here in the Harvin Center that help students with that, and we have career counselors that are interested in taking a career inventory test that might guide them in to different majors. So we have that as well.
Okay, thank you.
And that process really is ongoing. That connection piece is important, but even when they're here, they select their majors, they may change their mind.
Absolutely.
We
They
have
do.
to make sure we have those supports in place all along the pathway.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, also on the horizon is a new strategic plan for Del Mar College. Our current plan is scheduled to end in August of next year. And we have a preliminary timeline for development. This fall, we'd like to host a retreat for the Board of Regents to review some data, get some feedback regarding your priorities and where you think we need to go over the next 5 years. In the spring, we wish to engage additional stakeholders, both internal and external to the college, again, to go through the process of gaining feedback, what they think we do really well, what we need to work on, where our focus should be in the next 5 years. And finally, our goal is to finalize the strategic plan next summer. And as part of the plan, we intend to embed key performance indicators for each of those main goals. And those are the KPIs that we can monitor on a regular basis that we feel are important. Again, the goals of 60 by 30 are very important. We have to monitor them, but there may be some indicators that are more relevant to us and can help us make better decisions to serve our students.
Dr. Wilson, are you going to be in charge of the strategic plan?
I'll be leading that process with
Lenore.
Dr. Beth Lewis.
Oh, okay, so Lenore will no longer be doing this. Okay, thank you.
I'm sure we'll be relying on her expertise, but Dr. Lewis and I will be leading that. Any questions?
I do have a couple of questions. The definition of certificate
That's my question.
is, that's a question. What is the definition of certificate in the 60 by 30 plan?
The definition of certificate is a credit certificate for 60 by 30.
Okay.
And this is something that doesn't tell our full story, and that's part of why we need our own KPIs. Dr. Escamilla?
That was a leading question. That was a softball out there for you. Go ahead, Mark. Hit that softball.
So we have so much work that has been done. There are so many credentials that are awarded that are not recognized by this plan. And thank you, Regent Scott, for that softball. It is a topic that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the college, especially as we that's why we focused and talked about the non-credit instructions. So in some ways, it's kind of a contradiction in that the non-credit certificates and credit that we're offering is not even considered in this plan. However, it is extraordinarily important to this community, and I dare say the state and other community colleges as well. That's an opportunity that we can still focus upon. We can still have, it's still our plan that we're putting together. It is a key performance. I think there are even subsets of key performance indicators within the continuing education side of the house. And it is an opportunity that I hope the state comes around to recognize, because, you know, at one point they're saying, well, we're not going to be able to meet our own plans. Well, I think you'll get a lot closer if you just realize what the state is already doing in that arena. We have lots and lots of great work that has been done and that'll continue to develop in that space of continuing education.
So two more questions. The other one I have is you use the terminology credential in here. So is credential the roll-up word for a degree or certificate in this plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Credit, on the credit side only, unfortunately.
And then the concept of 60% of Texans have a credential, a degree or certificate by 2030 is a cumulative goal, and some of the targets here are in that year we want to hit this many. So tell me from a statistical standpoint, am I reading that correctly, where it is a cumulative goal, 60 by 30,
Yes.
but we're going to be leading up to these annual benchmarks that as a state should get us there. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
They created these interim targets so that we can see if we are making sufficient progress to get to that final target. But yes, you're right. It's cumulative.
In your conversations, study analysis, working with your peers on this, is it even possible for the state of Texas to reach that goal without counting non-credit certificates?
I'll take a stab
Okay,
at that.
there we go.
Good call.
This was not a softball, this is probably a hardball, by the way.
It's a fastball, but I'm swinging hard on this one, no. And I think that comes off the heels of the comments made by the coordinating board and specifically the Commissioner of Higher Ed. His own words are that it is unattainable as it's built. And so how we work together as an association or a grouping of associations and bring that message to the state to say, can we do an adjustment and some sort of amendment to the plan that brings and or just recognizes these very valuable credentials as part of the plan, and not just for the sake of completing the goals for the sake of completing it, but identifying, recognizing this great work that's out there.
Because the place that we occupy as a community college industry in Texas is that we take certainly the 16, 17, 18-year-olds who are coming from the high school pathway into higher education, and we do something with them. But we also have a unique role in the adult of all ages who are coming back for some sort of degree or credential. And if those don't get counted because they're not coming for a credit certificate, I just think is a real fallacy in the whole process. So I just think we have a very, very important role to play in this, and as I think I've said at this table before, I want to make sure that the work that we do as community colleges across the state in that playing field gets recognized. I think it's very, very important when we talk about workforce issues.
I think at this next legislative session, with dual credit being the big policy piece in workforce development, but the credit side nevertheless being focused upon in those particular spaces, I think the opportunity at subsequent legislative sessions will be around the continuing education side.
And is that a legislative fix, or could the coordinating board change their definition of a certificate?
I think there are parts in both areas.
Okay.
Yes, but I think the low-hanging fruit is at the coordinating board.
Thank you. Excellent questions. Again, there's value to this plan, but we need to be honest about how broad our scope is as an institution and whether or not these targets and these data points really tell our full story.
I think those KPIs will convert into a dashboard system. That'll be, once we decide what those are, we'll lead off in robust planning efforts, including the Board of Regents certainly, and the entire college, as Dr. Wilson was saying. This is the opportunity to create our own dashboard like we've never had before.
Yes, very exciting times.
Sense for timing about when we'll be there, in terms of having the KPIs and the dashboards and things done?
The timing of when that would be
Yeah,
implemented?
yeah.
I would imagine, since we're developing the plan, the new plan will be finalized by August, and as part of that process, we'll have the KPIs. Developing a dashboard would probably take a little bit additional time.
So sometime in the fall, we ought to see this really all coming together, both with specifics and with the monitoring tools and things we want to track and keep up
Yes,
with.
sir, next fall.
August of 19 is when the new strategic plan is.
Right, but that's what I guess I'm trying to understand. Are you waiting till the strategic plan is done to develop the KPIs? Is that the sequencing of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's part of it's part of the strategic planning process to develop those.
In the order of the presentation, the KPIs came before the strategic plan, so it looked like to me that the KPIs are going to be done first, and you're going to continue to work on the strategic plan. That's why I was questioning that.
Well, definitely they'll be built into the new strategic plan, but we've
Got
kind
it.
of talked through identifying preliminary KPIs first, just because we don't want to wait that long.
Got it.
But we do understand that with the new plan, they may change, so that's why they're listed first. So these
Got it.
discussions are already happening. Hopefully,
Okay.
we'll have some interim KPIs and then finalized KPIs with the new strategic plan.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Good discussion, and important discussion too. So, thanks. Next, in the staff reports is the design calendar for the Southside campus. It's a 5-month look ahead from Gensler Turner Ramirez Architects, August Alfonso, and guest.
And Scott Mears, AGCM. Del Mar College administration has met with our design architect on May 23rd to do a planning calendar. We met with Gensler Turner Ramirez, AGCM, and our programming firm, Facilities Programming. At this time, we have on the list 7 face-to-face meetings with our design architects and the steering committee composed of the executive team, 10 follow-up calls, 3 public engagements, and more importantly, 3 board meeting engagements. Gensler is preparing to come in front of the board in the July board meeting to present to you where they are as it relates to the project launch that you conducted last week. And in August 23rd, they're scheduled to come back in front of the board to engage the board on getting directions as it relates to schematic design. And in October 9th, they will present and ask for advisement as it relates to where they are in the schematic design. Any questions?
No, but I have a request.
Yes, sir.
Next time we do one of these, it's great to have calendars, but we had to blow it up so big on our screen to see it, just like right here, it gets blurry. Could we break it down into segments that show on multiple pages that are readable without having to blow it up on your computer or get out your reader glasses?
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Will do.
There's a lot of detail there, but I mean, when you have to work hard to
see
get to the detail, it's not real helpful.
Yeah.
It's good to
And one of the things that we also wanted to discuss today is on the board meetings that August mentioned are opportunities for board input. And so we wanted to see if there was some thought the board may have or some ideas about how they see that process working.
Will those meetings occur with Gensler or with Phil Ramirez?
It will be conducted with the entire team, Gensler, Turner Ramirez, AGCM, our construction management firm, and also our program firm, Facilities Programming. In this calendar, on a 5-month look ahead, we took time to look at everybody's availability, the important dates at the college, to ensure that we'll be able to deliver to the board by October 9 a schematic design.
So although last week we had the kickoff of the design process for the Southside campus, what I asked for the team to put together in quick order a calendar that begins to demark all the dates and times, because we know how compressed everybody's calendars will be getting in the very near future. And so this is the first iteration of it. At least we can work from this, and we're not missing even a month's time to. It was just been one week's time to begin memorializing all that we have done and all that we're going to be doing. It is a very aggressive calendar. We have calendars being generated in my office. I know Ms. Villarreal is working on those to send in a different, let's just say, more readable version. This is readable, but we'll massage that as per your request, Mr. Chair. And you'll be able to have those so that we can begin securing dates on everybody's calendars.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I was just going to go back to Scott's question. Tell us again what you're asking us, because we didn't really answer your question. We evolved off into some other stuff. What are you looking for input from us on today?
If the board has some ideas on that process, on how they'll provide input on the meeting dates. Like it could be a workshop in the morning on a board calendared agenda day, or
I think generally speaking, we've tried to tie it to a board meeting date.
Yes. As we refine this, we're just trying to get that next level of input.
And generally speaking, I think most of the regions will block out that board meeting day, knowing that we may have a workshop in the morning, but it's also a good time to tack on a longer than normal workshop in the morning if we need to do a deeper dive on something.
Yeah, we also want to make sure that we have enough touch points between now and the finalization of the schematic design. Yeah, in the past, we only bring you the schematic design and make a recommendation. This time, we carve it in the calendar that we have 3 activities up until the schematic design is finalized for your consideration. And then after in November, when you approve, when you approve the schematic design, we will engage again the board on developing the calendar up until we go back to the board in June of 2019 for finalization of the design.
From my perspective, workshop sessions work with either existing board meeting date, or we've got a couple extra meetings in August, and I think you've got one tentatively, looks like you've got one tentatively scheduled for one of those tax hearings to add on a workshop to that. So I would, because we've got so many meetings between now and the end of August related to budget, I would like to not add on a brand new date. If we could work within our existing board dates, that certainly would be helpful.
Yeah, and in addition, we wanted to formalize this with the board today. By next month, we will be working on calendaring the remodeling of these 5 projects for the 14 bond. So we will overlay the programming of those functions over this calendar.
Right.
So we'll be coming back to the board regularly and updating you with calendars and projects from here on.
And to tag on to something Carol said, just the sooner that we know, the better in terms of scheduling. We try to make sure we've got a little bit of lead time for people's calendars if we're going to be here longer on a particular day.
Okay.
Any other questions on this particular item, Regents? Any other feedback?
Nope, looks
Okay.
good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
The next item, delinquent tax reimbursement from the sale of the 1914 courthouse.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Just a little bit of background. This board elected to join the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3 in 2010. And what that does is for the area of the zone, which literally goes from the Ship Channel to Bayshore Park and encompasses most of the downtown, the college continues to collect the same number of tax dollars for all of that area that we had in 2010. Any growth in that property values, those property values in that zone, those dollars are set aside and put with similar dollars from the city and the county and used to incentivize major projects, particularly to be able to bring some of those very blighted areas of downtown back up to being on the tax rolls as full-fledged partners, if you will, of the tax rolls. So what has happened is the TERS number 3 board has periodically looked at projects that would allow the use of that funding, that aggregate funding, to be able to make those projects possible. And since the college joined that TERS fund in 2010, there's been roughly $1 million that has been set aside into this fund. And the perfect example of how this works is late last month, the Nueces County Courthouse Development Partners actually purchased the 1914 courthouse, and with plans to turn that into a 4-star, 190-room, very nice hotel right there at the front of our front door to the city. In looking at that purchase, and I had a chance to be at that signing ceremony, they credited that if it hadn't been for this little bit of TERS money to kind of be the capstone on the funding formula for this project, that the project would not have gone through. And in doing so, one of the provisions for this sale was that the developer had to pay back all of the back taxes owed Del Mar College. And so the number that is currently now somewhere between the title office and the Nueces County tax assessor is almost $110,000 that Del Mar College will be getting back from the sale of this property. So in just this one transaction, the college has recouped what's a little more than 10% of the investment that you've put into this fund over that time period. The developers were very impressed with the community. This will give us an opportunity, particularly when the Harbor Bridge is gone and the new bridge is up, that what will be right there at our front door will be a beautiful, shining facility rather than kind of some old broken bones. So I just bring this to you as a report. I do give you an annual report about the entire TERS fund, but this one seems significant enough that Dr. Escamilla suggested we bring it to you so you knew what was going on.
What are the geographic boundaries of the TERS zone?
I can bring you a map. I've got it upstairs. It's literally from the Ship Channel to Bayshore Park, and from the T-heads all the way through the downtown area. I think almost across town.
Okay.
It's kind of a strange oval looking or spaceship looking shape.
The money that the developers will be getting will be coming from the tourists or will be coming from the city, or both?
Well, some of it is coming from the TERS zone, which is city funds, county funds, and college funds. But that's just the little capstone of their funding that went together to make this project work. Most of it is money that they're bringing to the table.
And do you understand that they don't get that money until a certain time after
Yes,
they're
sir,
ready?
absolutely.
They don't get it
Thank
at
you,
the front
thank
end.
you for that question. No, not at all. The TERS funding will not be released until there is a certificate of occupancy that says the hotel's ready to be used and utilized, and all the subcontractors have been paid. So it will be last dollars in.
Okay. Any other questions from Claudia? No other questions? Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Let's go ahead and move on to College President's Report. Mark?
Thank you, Regent Rivas. Beginning with an update on the chief financial officers. The college has come together and made a selection, and Mr. Raul Garcia will be our next CFO. He went through extensive interviews in late I'd say mid-May. Made a selection shortly thereafter. He'll begin his duties at Del Mar College on August 1st. We're going to try to see if we can get him in a few days earlier. We've already engaged Mr. Garcia. He does live in Chicago, Illinois, and so there'll be lots of plans. He's undergoing lots of plans right now to make the transition. He was here last week. A few of us, my wife joined us, Ms. Villarreal, Lenora Keys, and I met them for breakfast, he and his family, the other day while he was down here looking for a home and all those kinds of things. So lots going on, and looking forward to him getting here. I know you all are too.
Oh, yeah.
So next, quickly, on May 9th, I did a presentation for the Flower Bluff Business Association. Got to talk about my favorite subject, besides fishing, Del Mar College. And I'll tell you next month about fishing and Del Mar College. But anyway, Flower Bluff Business Association is a very, very strong group. It's just a great group of people, and I was pleased that they hosted me. They asked me to do 15 minutes, and I think I stopped at 45. Again, it's easy for me to talk about Del Mar College. Lots of fun going on there. May 11th was our spring semester graduation. Just really quickly, the numbers are waiting for full certification, but I just want to kind of give you a little snapshot as to kind of how things are trending. In 2017, at the spring graduation, of course, this is our biggest graduation, we had 1,102 applicants applying for graduation. We had 747 actual graduates, okay, and 894 credentials. Look how close this was. In 2018, there was 1,182 applicants for graduation, 746 graduates. That's one less graduate this spring than last spring. And last spring was an all-time high, with 972 credentials now. So where we lost on the number of headcount, we gained by significant, well, almost, let me see, about 80 or so credentials awarded. So just a very, very nice graduation. Y'all felt the group. It was a huge amount of people participating, and I think that was felt. That stadium was filled. Libby Averett was our keynote speaker, did a fantastic job there. It was one of the most emotionally charged graduations that I'd felt in a long, long time. So just congratulations to everybody. And on May 18th, I participated in a Texas Tribune panel at A&M Corpus Christi to talk about post-Hurricane Harvey recovery for the college and what it's meant, primarily in the area of the lives that are affected of our student population in the northern part of our service area, not to mention the budgetary impacts and so forth. On May 21st, I returned to Austin to participate in a steering committee meeting for the new executive EDD program at the University of Texas. I remain on that committee and very proud to do that, serving the College of Education there. And then on June 1st, myself, I attended with several regents the CAT conference held in Fort Worth, Texas. I'll stop there because I think there'll be more remarks about that particular conference, but it was one of the best well presented and put together conferences that particular, not the group, but that the association has put together for our trustees. I hope we can all go. I hope as many of us can go next year because it was fantastic, very worthwhile. That concludes my remarks.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Escamilla. Any questions for Mark on any of his reports? And his last item was a nice segue into Regents' comments. We thought we'd put it on the agenda so we have a chance for any of the three regents that were able to go to the conference if they wanted to sort of summarize or make any comments to the group here. Anything from Sandra, Gabe, or Carol?
I'll be glad to go first. You want me
Sure,
to?
please.
Like Mark said, it was a very, very interesting conference. The theme was gaining momentum to achieve 60 by 30 goals and to advance the efforts for student success. That seems to be a recurring theme. And I'm not going to go too much into 60 by 30 because we just had an excellent report by Dr. Wilson on that. But we talked about the role of academia in advising and that 60 by 30. And a lot of the sessions included talks about pathways, which is, like Mark said, something relatively new, something we're going to be talking about quite a bit more often. And my question, recurring question, is how do we match our goals with what the ISDs are doing and what they're going to be doing? But like you said, we'll be learning more about that as time goes on. Another interesting factor that I heard was something about endorsements. That's something relatively new to me, endorsements that lead to career pathways in the high schools. And one of the more interesting sessions that Sandra and I attended was talking about the Board of Trustees Institute. And while this was going on, Carol and Mark were doing the one on workforce, and I'd like to hear more about that since we missed it. We weren't able to attend that because Sandra and I were mandated by the Gates Foundation to attend this session. But I hadn't heard about the Board of Trustees Institute. It's been going on for a while, to my understanding, and it's something that I know we've already signed on as a college, but we haven't actually, none of us have actually attended a session put on by them, have we, on the Board Institute? I know we do the GLI, Governance Leadership Institute, but not the Board of Trustees Institute. That's something new. It is a national initiative?
Not real familiar with it,
Okay, well, it's.
Not familiar with it. Is that-
To begin with, it was funded by the Houston Endowment, began as a complement to the ADT work of 9 Texas community colleges in the Houston area, mainly. But now they're expanding, and I think right now they have, I believe, about 45 community colleges signed on, and they're trying to get the rest of them to sign on and agree to this initiative. We talked a lot about the accreditation process, which we heard about earlier by Dr. Lewis. Saturday morning, as voting delegate for Del Mar College, I attended the meeting for the election of 4 at-large board members. And that was a good one, and I'm proud to announce that our own Carol Scott was elected as chair-elect, which means in 2 years, she'll be hosting the CAT conference here in Corpus, probably.
That's right.
So out of the 4 candidates that we supported, as a delegate, I like to get information from Carol and Sandra about who we want to support. And the names that Sandra and I were supporting won, and the ones that Carol gave me lost. But we got 2 out of 4. But anyway, like we always say, they're all good candidates. We really don't lose by anybody that's willing to attend. One thing that was interesting, they've always struggled to get members to commit themselves to run for positions on the board of directors of this organization. They usually have to recruit, don't they, to try to get somebody to serve. And this time they had like 8 people running for the 4 seats. So that shows a great interest in this organization. We talked about funding recommendations. I think Mark talked a little bit about the 3 organizations that are now working together as a united front and going forward in the legislative role. I'm going to stop there so I can give Sandra something to talk about. I'm sorry. I did send all my notes to you guys, so I went short.
Thank you, Gabe. That was wonderful. Well, I brought you some homework.
Good. I saw that.
The dual credit that you got from Delia.
Yeah.
This one's for you. Was interesting. A lot of things we're doing, but it's just another point of view. And they had quite a few of the papers there for us to bring home, but I think that was the best one. And I think the greatest part of going there is watching Dr. Escamilla going, because his mentor was there. And he spoke to us on what lies ahead, meeting challenges and recognizing opportunities. He's a very, very nice man and extremely talented and extremely smart. And his talk was about the future. I mean, probably after we're gone from here, but that's what his thinking was and where he thought community colleges and education were going to be. And that was really the highlight of the conference for me. And then at the end, there was a legislator from Fort Worth who was not very forthcoming every time somebody asked him a question about budget and money from the state. And he kind of weaved around it, and I realized they're not back in session. But he did make the comment that now is the time for us to get our goals together and what we want from the legislature, and this is the time to be talking to them. And I know the association will be coming forth with 3 goals or 3 things that we would like everybody to talk about in the legislative session, and hopefully we can get that done soon before all the action starts.
So kind of on that note, we'll pick up from there. Thank you, Sandra. I'm so sorry. I've got my stuff spread out everywhere. So the Community College Association of Texas Trustees Board adopted the legislative agenda that is, once again, a work of the 3 different associations, the Texas Association of Community Colleges, TCCTA, which we heard about this morning, the Community College Teachers Association, and CAT. So for the second consecutive session, we have the 3 entities coming together to create a legislative agenda. What's different is that we actually adopted this one in June, a full 6 months ahead of the legislative session. And in some years prior, it's been November, December, sometimes even January of the legislative year before we get the final agenda adopted. So this is giving us a framework going into the summer, going into some of the final interim hearings that the legislature is conducting, and certainly as folks are campaigning for positions for state representative and state senator around the state, we have legislative positions on workforce, on dual credit, and on funding that have white papers behind them, and so some significant information. I think our plan is to present that to the board at the July meeting so that we have a full, isn't that correct? Isn't that what you can, yeah, so we're gonna do that at the July meeting so you all have the background on what the CAT, TAC, and TCCTA legislative agenda is. That doesn't mean there won't be other things that we're going to be potentially working on, and it certainly gives us opportunity to understand where we're going to be working defensively against legislation that could potentially harm the community college, either individually or as a group in the state. So we've got some legislative work to do ahead of us. Our incoming chairman, Bill Greenhill, is a regent at Tarrant County College, and he is reconstituting all the committees. He has already reconstituted the legislative committee, and I will continue to serve as vice chair of the legislative committee for CAT moving forward into the next session as well. Gabe talked about a session that I moderated on workforce needs in Texas, meeting workforce needs in Texas, and had Dr. Escamilla speak, Dr. Dennis Brown from Lee College in Baytown, and then a representative from ExxonMobil in Baytown talking about a consortium of 9 community colleges in the Baytown area that came together to solve ExxonMobil Chemical Company workforce needs, both from a construction and a permanent employee standpoint. And then Dr. Escamilla was able to talk about what we've been doing the last basically 10 years in the Coastal Bend area, meeting workforce needs through contract training, credential training, credit training, and what we were doing with industry, and specifically then ExxonMobil as well. So it was a nice conduit talking about how a major global employer is looking to community colleges to fill their workforce training needs. And I think that's about it. Any questions, anything else I forgot?
What was the name of the legislator that spoke to us at the luncheon? I just want to see if you
always
can pronounce his
pronounce it-
name.
yeah.
Giovanni Capriglani.
Giovanni Capriglione.
Caprigloni.
Capriglione. There we go. Capriglione.
One thing that I want to mention that Carol and I were talking about, a lot of focus was given to the rainy day fund that we have in the state of Texas. And we were wondering if there was a cap on that fund where they could return some of that money to the general fund. And we thought that there wasn't, but we found out that it caps at 16 billion. It's at 11 billion right now. So in $5 more billion, we can get some money. I guess we can hit the rainy day fund, maybe. But I think I heard somewhere in one of the sessions that the governor is going to allocate some money out of the rainy day fund to fund his security measures for public school systems because of all the school shootings that are going on. He had committed some money recently, and I think that's where it's going to come from. That's what I heard.
Carol, I do have just a follow-up question. As I remember, and this may be also for Claudia, who's worked on legislative, at some point, our board signs off and votes on legislative priorities, which typically are what comes from CAT. So are you anticipating that's what we'll actually vote on next month? Is that what it'll be presented and we'll vote on it then?
We certainly could, yes, but we wanted to make it, at least make sure we had the presentation as soon as possible, and if you'd like to put that on as an action item, we could do that.
It would likely be the August meeting because our final read on it as an association will be at the annual meeting August 1st.
Gotcha.
So as soon as we do that, they will have gone through the trustees, organizations, and then the regular meeting in August, we can adopt.
Hear about it next month, which gives us a little bit of month lead time to think about it.
Yeah.
And if we had any input, it could come back to you to go back to them.
Sure.
And then we'd vote in August, okay.
Yeah.
And also, I heard over and over again from the leadership that you as regents or board members are really the voice
Exactly.
of all of us in Austin, far more than staff, because we are also elected officials. So anytime you have an opportunity that you see one of our Texas folks, just go right up there and introduce yourself and just tell them how great we're doing and what we need.
Great. Good advice. Thank you. Next on our agenda is pending business. It's in your packets today, Regents, and we're on track with everything that where we should be. We have added a number of things today, including what we just talked about for our July and then probably August meetings. Unless there's any questions about any of the pending items that are coming up in the future. If not, we'll move on. And next is our consent agenda item. There are 3 things to be considered under consent: the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting April 10th, the called board meeting on April 16th, acceptance of the investments for May of 18, acceptance of the financial statements for April of 18. Is there any one of these items that you would like to be taken off of consent and considered separately?
I move to approve the.
We have a motion to approve the 3 consent agenda items. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. I think Susan got there first. Any further discussion by the regents? Any public comment on consent items number 5, 6, or 7? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move now into the regular agenda. Item number 8, discussion and possible action related to the use of 2014 bond funds for the replacement of the Venters Building fire alarm system and authorizing the administration to refund college budget accounts to pay for the project. August Alfonso.
Thank you. On June 2017, the college issued RFP number 201713 for the replacement of the Venters Building fire alarm system. The system became inoperable and required a comprehensive replacement in order to meet fire and safety code. The Venters Building has been in a fire watch since the alarm became inoperable. The project began in June 2018, and we anticipate full completion by the end of the month. The project engineer is 3D Collins Associates. Project contractor is Circle Industries. The total cost of the project approximately at this time a little above $230,000. The administration hereby recommends the use of 2014 bond funds to refund college budget accounts that was used to pay for the Venters Building fire alarm system.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. I think that means everyone understands basically what we had was an emergency situation to pay for it. Now we're paying ourselves back, but we still need official approval to document that. Any further questions by regents? Please.
Yes.
That's a capital item, isn't it? Are we capitalizing that item?
Yes, sir, part of the.
And how long will that be depreciated over?
I don't have that figure, but the
But the
original.
bonds, we're paying over the bonds for 25
Yeah,
years.
the original system that has been there has been installed since 1990, so for the life of the building. So I have Mike Kesterson from our MEP and Robert Duffy here to answer any questions.
I think there's also an accounting question of how long are we going to capitalize it? And are we matching the cost of the funds to the item itself?
Okay.
And I do believe also that the replacement of it was already in the bond issue, correct?
Yes,
It's
there
just that
is.
we advanced needing to do it.
Okay.
And so that's
I-
still separate than needing to match it.
And my concern is we're gonna be paying for it after we have to replace it again.
Right.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah.
the same reason even some of the bond stuff is being used for furniture, and there's that mismatch there.
Yeah, so a very good question. Mike, what is the life cycle of this alarm system?
For most fire alarm control panels is going to be about 10 years. There was a memo that our firm created. This original system was a Simplex 4002 control panel that was installed in 1986. In 1996, Simplex, the parent company, discontinued making this particular panel. That's primarily due to the fact that the fire code changes every 3 years. So after 9 years, the way that the panel was built originally did not currently comply with the applicable codes of the day. So once they hit about 10 years is when generally they will need replacement or they'll be discontinued by the manufacturer. Now, that does not mean that the panel will not function. It just means that the ability of parts to obtain parts to repair them when they do go down is limited or not possible.
As evidenced by the current system that we got more than 10 years out of.
Yes, sir.
So it goes back to the fundamental question. We're using we're taking out a 25-year loan to pay for a 10-year life expectancy. So.
You're right, same situation as FF&E or the E and FF&E.
I can just only speak for myself. When we had this discussion before about FF&E, we knew that we didn't have a lot of options because we didn't have the money on the operations or the plant fund side to fund that. So we sort of reluctantly agreed, knowing that the furniture was a higher quality, and I think that the argument was we could recover furniture. We've got furniture in our buildings now that have been here since I was a student, and I'm not going to tell you how long ago that was. But, so I mean, I get that, but I at the time, I didn't realize there were other things that we would still, in the bond issue, still be potentially paying with long-term borrowings for short-term life expectancies. And we probably don't have any choice in this matter today. But it does beg a question. Ed and I have had these conversations before. It might be worth proactively looking ahead and saying, what else is in the bond program, capital program, that we need to reconsider the way we're paying for it. Are we mismatching money? Particularly when we just had the discussion last week about it's going to be tight on the budget for some of that. And of course, if we're not going to pay it from the bond, where does it come from operations? And we had that discussion this morning about how tight operations is. So somehow I think it's getting a better handle on where, what money we're using to pay for what things. I don't mean to take you get credit for bringing it up. Yeah. So.
And it's comparable to the other types of systems that we're putting into the newer buildings?
It's the exact same model,
Yeah.
same specifications.
And all the buildings are required to have these in?
Yes.
It's a necessary piece of the operations. Okay.
And proactively, we're going to be working with City Collins to look at every other building that's not going to be touched by the bond. So to proactively present to you all a comprehensive maintenance schedule. And Robert Duff is going through that.
And from what you just said, am I remembering or understanding that effectively at the end of the two bond issues we've got on the table, all of the systems would be updated? And that's why they were in the bond to begin with. So all of the safety systems would be updated by the end of both bonds completions? Pretty much, other than the newer buildings that have been.
Not necessarily. We're looking at which ones are requiring maintenance and replacement that are in essence obsolete, and we will be going back to the board to look into funding it with the current bond allocation. There is an allocation of over 430,000, less than 500,000 for the East Campus. This project will cost over 230,000. So depending on how urgent the other systems as it relates to replacement, then we'll go back to the board and seek directions. So at this time, there are several buildings that are in question. From 6 to 8, we are in the process of ascertaining on how urgent they need replacement. So we don't want to have to go through another system down before we go out for bids.
Absolutely, we need to get it fixed. It goes back to the deferred maintenance question and
Yes.
how we best analyzing, monitoring, tracking, and preparing for in terms of saving for
Yeah,
deferred
I want
maintenance
to look
funds?
at the bond as a, saving grace, because this is, this issue has been in existence for quite a while now. This system has been obsolete for years, but the bond allows us to direct funding and have it replaced appropriately.
Did we know it was obsolete for years? Or did we just figure that out when it quit working?
Yeah, we found out now that we're assessing every building. When it went down, I was seeking assistance for a repair, and that's when I realized that
You can't repair it.
it must be a complete replacement to pass existing fire codes.
And it has to be brought up to existing fire codes.
Existing fire codes.
Okay.
When you replace the panel of a fire alarm system in a structure, the code requires complete system upgrade to current day's standards.
And you're looking at 6 or 8 more buildings?
Potentially 6 or 8 buildings. The current estimate from Streety Collins is at a cost of $2.54 per square foot.
How many square feet?
We're settling which buildings first, sir. And hopefully they're the small buildings in the West Campus.
So really what's going on in the bond projects for new buildings, they're gonna get new up-to-date systems, and that's built into the cost. So we're financing those over 25 years, and then in 10 years, all of a sudden, the new buildings we've been putting in the last couple of years and over the next year or so are gonna be cycling with, in theory, at their obsolescence. And then in addition, the money we're using for repair for some of the obsolete systems are gonna be cycling. So what we're gonna find in 10 to 12 years, we've got a whole bunch of systems now cycling again for obsolescence. Doesn't mean they won't last longer, but we could be in the same
Yes.
boat. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why I was asking that question about how many, because it's not just the problem now, we're
Yeah.
also talking about a 10 or 12-year problem out there where we have a large number that we're suddenly either bringing online because they're new buildings or repairing because they need to be repaired, and we're gonna be back in an obsolescence issue in 10 or 12 years.
Yeah, that's what I was working with Robert Duffy to develop some sort of a plan that denotes building envelope and now includes, major, assets such as fire alarm systems, just like roofing.
Many entities, and a good example is a condo association, which will have a reserve analysis done, and so they know, okay, the roof is this old, and we need to be saving money because in X number of years, we're gonna have to replace the roof, and in this number of years, we're replacing air conditioning systems. That's pretty standard. We had a facilities maintenance plan that some of the regions will remember that we approved 5 years ago. I know it was prior to when you were in the role you're in now.
Yeah.
I do not remember whether that addressed at the detail level, like a reserve analysis of, do you have enough reserves, or are you putting enough in your reserves for what's gonna be coming up in deferred maintenance? But that's something, Dr. Escamilla, we might wanna look at. If it's not in that, if it's in the plan, are we following it, and are we on track? If it's not in the plan, because if it's in the plan, it should also be guiding things like bond discussions, budgets, contingencies.
And that could be like a sinking fund that's part of the operations budget.
Right, and then if it's not in that plan, does that plan need to be modified, or do we need a separate, again, calling it reserve analysis, that analyzes all our facilities and says what's gonna be happening, each of the years going forward, so that we can be proactive and not reactive?
That's what we intend to provide to the president and the board. I have not seen such a document, and Robert Duffy and I, and with help of consultants, will develop such a plan.
Good.
In time for SAC's documentation, presentation.
And that'll make next year's budget discussion even more interesting.
Because I can tell you now that the findings on building envelope will require substantial repair. Even the new buildings that you all blessed just in 2003 bond. A good example is public safety, that will require approximately around 300,000 of building envelope repair. And, that's unfortunate, but those are what they're finding.
What do you mean by building envelope?
Robert, you want to talk about it? These are bad windows, leaking windows that in the past was identified as needing roof replacement. We have engaged with Tremco and other consultants to ascertain the cost, and if you want to add to it.
Public safety building north side windows. Anytime you get a rain out on the north side, We have about 5 to 6 windows that we know for sure leak. We had Tremco do a leak test. They confirmed it wasn't the windows. They actually took some brick out and confirmed that the window flashing behind the windows was not installed properly. So we do have a proposal from them to fix it.
I'm going to go back. I think, is your question, what is a building envelope? Okay. Yeah, building envelope, I'm use a layman's term. You tell me if this is right. It's basically everything from the studs out. It's the brick, it's the windows, it's the roof. It's the things that on the outside that could leak or fail that would cause damage to the inside. Is that a fair enough layman's term?
Yes, sir. It's going to be your doors, your windows, your brickwork, your roof, pretty much everything on the exterior that keeps the elements out is your building envelope.
We have a lot of buildings with a lot of envelopes.
Yeah, there's some good news that, the 2015 bond budgeted for about 8 roofing repairs. We may not need all 8 roofing repairs. It may be windows instead of roof.
And I'm going to go out on a limb here, so you tell me if you disagree, please. Generally speaking, many of the things we're talking about in repairing older buildings, which would extend the life expectancy, that involve the building envelope, are things that we're better matching the cost of those funds over 25 years to that. You're not going to necessarily have to replace a commercial roof less than 25 years. Is that correct, or does it depend on what kind of roof it is?
Depends on the roof. A lot of your built-up roofs typically have a 20-year lifespan. That's what the industry says, but you can stretch them to 25 or 30 if you maintain them properly.
And doors does necessarily need to be replaced every 10 years. In other words, it's a longer lifespan than the 10-year
Yes, sir.
safety system. So it's a little better on the matching from the source of bond funds being used to do that.
Yeah, and technology changes quite rapidly and regulations changes quite
The
rapidly.
risk is that every time you need to do that, if the only way to fund that is to go off to the public for bond issues.
The wrong way to fund it.
Yeah, you're
Well,
kind
going
of
back
tied.
to the windows, are we talking about many buildings on campus? I know the music building was in bad shape quite a while back.
We found a few isolated windows that have similar problems, but not to the extent that we found a entire wall, pretty much ground to second floor roof that had the same problem. But to talk about your question on the music building, we did find one in that building at just an isolated window
Just one window?
so far.
So about
Not-
5 years ago, I visited with another region, and we found, or we were told that there was a lot of windows that were leaking, but they
We've
probably got
we've had
fixed.
other projects since then. When
Yeah.
I got here, there were many, many windows that were leaking, and we've taken on many envelope projects, and so we continue to do the maintenance piece and the proactive maintenance to go out and assess these sorts of things. And we were replacing dozens and dozens of seals around windows when I got here. It's just a lot less of a problem these days, but still, it's going to be a constant issue as long as you have windows.
And more especially emphasize post-Hurricane Harvey. So they had to review every building, every roof, and almost all buildings as it relates to building envelopes because of Hurricane Harvey.
So we do have a motion and a second. This has been a very healthy discussion about an item. We haven't resolved some of the concerns long-term. I think we've created a dialogue that we can certainly talk about as we move forward. But regards to the motion that's on the table, do we have any other dialogue or questions from Regents or discussion you want to have related to this item that's already done and now we have to fix?
I'd like to see us do when we've gone through the budget with the contingency budget, parts. So for these things, for the maintenance, for the roofs, for the, even if we start with a little bit of money every year and just keep building for the next 10 years, so when all this comes about, we don't have to go scratching around to try to find it.
Good. And I think when we get back into that whole discussion about 5-year budget planning and anticipating and tie that to maintenance needs and everything else, we're going to be in a better position to do that. Good. Any other comments? Any public comments on agenda item number 8? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And August, we're going to invite you to stay there. It may be all of you, who knows? Item number 9, discussion and possible action related to the use of the 2014 bond funds for the design and construction of 2 marquee digital signs for the West Campus and authorizing the administration to proceed with the project.
Yeah, I have Brian Bannock here from Turner Ramirez to present to you the design of 2 marquee signs in the West Campus, including landscape. The 2014 bond allocated $600,000 to address the need for marquee signage for Del Mar College sites. The provision for the much-needed West Campus signage and landscaping need, the administration here recommends authorization to proceed with the following project.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Mr. Alfonso has stated, there are two proposed marquee signs for the West Campus. Location of each one being one location being the main entrance of the West Campus, where it services our entrance to the main parking lots, and the other would be at the intersection of Old Brownsville Road and Airport Road. We feel that these would give the most exposure to these marquees and would actually benefit as far as not only branding the campus as a Del Mar West Campus, but also to any messages that may be that college may want to present on the LED signs, LCD and digital signs will be observed by majority of students. The two signs are identical in shape, form, and size. They both will contain a masonry base that will complement the masonry on the existing buildings on campus. We do have two LED screens, or I'm sorry, digital screens per sign on each side, and they are 8 foot by 3'6" wide in dimension. The signs are 24 foot, almost 25 foot themselves, and 10 foot 8 inches wide at the base. These signs will contain white acrylic for the lettering and the Del Mar logo, as well as the West Campus marking on the bottom of the sign. We do have a space that we're including on the sign that is made out of clear acrylic, which will provide another option for us to illuminate the sign itself at night to give an additional dimension for the marquees themselves. Each one of the marquees will have a landscaping area provided for both, which would be also the landscaping plan for sign 1 and 2. The main entry, we have provided a linear type bedding system to run parallel with the entrance lanes. Each one of these particular beds will have or contain different landscaping at different levels with different colors to complement the marquee. And in addition to that, this marquee also has some utilities that are existing. There is some gas piping as well as a water vault located at the sign. This will help to screen this area. This is an example of what this sign will look like from a bird's eye view from this marquee. It's displaying that vault as well that we're trying to screen out as well. This particular marquee will also have pavers introduced to it as far as landscaping. This is a close-up of the sign itself, alongside with what the proposed landscaping will look like. This is a night shot of the marquee illuminated itself.
Just want to point out that those two, screens that you see with the Viking logo are digital LED signs.
Yes, they are digital LED
and they're
signs.
point-to-point connectivity, so wirelessly the college can change the message in those screens and put them on a timely basis. If there's an emergency, we can control, or to the East Campus, anybody can control. The designated person can control what shows on the screen.
And the secondary sign, or marquee, located at Brownsville and Airport intersection, will also have the same type of landscaping addressing that gentle curve that exists at that area. Also a layered landscaping effect to it. Daytime remnant of what the marquee will look like with landscaping. Close-up of the marquee itself.
Is Turner Ramirez providing the landscape architecture too?
Yes, sir. We are. This is the night rendering of the second marquee.
The marquees identical?
They are identical, and they both contain two LED digital screens on each side and the same materials and size.
Okay.
This is our estimate for what the signs with the 4 LED screens, 2 per sign, would cost estimate, 250,000. Landscaping, we have 100,000, that's for including both signs, or both marquees. Our project timeline is 100% bid set by July 2018 and delivery October 2018. Signed bid bill is what we propose to,
That's the procurement
as a
method.
procurement, yes. There is one additional suggestion. We did, at Turner Ramirez, we do propose that we have an alternate provided. If I may go back to the first marquee at the main entrance. So the right side is actually where the marquee is located, and this is your main entrance into your west campus. We propose that if bidding comes in at a lower rate, you have an opportunity maybe to mimic the other side with the same amount of landscaping and the same type of landscaping as an alternate.
Can you clarify the current proposal is just the landscaping on the side that has the sign?
Yes, that
Okay.
is correct.
August, have we ever looked at securing or the pros and cons of getting a corporate sponsor for digital signs? I don't know if we did that on Richardson or not. know we talked
Not
about
on
it,
Richardson. I don't think, Claudia can help me with this, but I don't think our policy, allows for that at this time.
Well, we've received donations before, but then again, that's just focused on, that's just based on what, folks are willing to come to the table with. This is part of, these particular programs right here were brought into the campus edge design for both, for the West Campus a long time ago. This was all brought in as part of the design of the campus, and we incorporated it into the workforce development
Into the Turner
scope of
Ramirez
work.
contract,
Yeah,
yes.
to that scope of work. And they are very prominent signs. We have nothing like them now. When you're talking about putting together pieces like this that represent an entire campus and project an entire campus, I thought this was actually, well, I thought this was a suitable representation of what a campus of this size needed.
Looks nice.
That panel that says West Campus, is that removable?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. You're spot on. We were watching that. We were watching the versatility of this for the future, because we know that name will likely change.
So I have a question about the placement. If you go to the map that shows the sign locations, I understand the philosophy on having it at Airport, what is basically the intersection of Airport and Old Brownsville Road. However, that's not the entrance off of Old Brownsville Road. So I think it could be misleading, and I'm just curious as to the thought process, why it's actually not down in that little island at the actual Old Brownsville Road entrance. Because I don't know traffic
It's
exactly.
patterns. I think
Yeah.
it's based on traffic patterns is what.
It was traffic pattern. At the stoplight, you're stopping, you're actually observing the sign. If you have an opportunity, if for the LED signs themselves, if you guys are putting registration times or welcoming industry partners or so and so, we thought that would best benefit at this location rather than on the Old Brownsville Road as far as the traffic volume. Because most of your traffic is what we found is coming in through airport, and also in the airport on the other side, and also coming in from downtown, which would be, I guess.
Morgan.
Yes, Morgan, thank
Was
you.
that done on an intuitive sense about the traffic flow, or did you actually go get traffic data from the
Well,
city?
I don't think they got
We didn't
traffic
get
data
traffic
from the
data,
city.
So you're just assuming that's the way the pattern is?
Yeah, and the local team members asked that question, and the answer that I recall is the angling of the sign itself, affects how many people concurrently can see it from different sides. So that's how the architects prioritize that location. It is, if you notice, it's angled a little bit to the right.
I have the same question as Carol does. If you're sitting right here at either one of these lights,
Can you really read it
you
anyway?
can't really read it. And LEDs are not cheap. I'm questioning putting LEDs at both sites. I mean, do we need, I understand, this is what's challenging about the site. This is an entrance, and as Carol pointed out, this is an entrance. We're only, there's a reason to have signage that marks an entrance. And then when you beef up or kick it up a notch, the signage to put LEDs, that's to give you a chance to communicate additional information. And that is an expensive technology. I've done that before on sites. And so we're doing it in both places. And do we really need it in both places? Is what we just really need is entrance signages and then LEDs in one place? And if so, which is the best place to put it? And that ties into a broader concern is that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Escamilla, in August, this is the first of the monies we're tapping into the Campus Edge that we're really using, correct?
No.
We approved anything else out of the Campus Edge bond budgets for signage?
No, this falls into the workforce development project. That is a Campus Edge project. It's not out of the five.
There is a separate, if you're talking about the Campus Edge project for the
That is
East
a-
Campus,
that is a
it's
different-
I heard
totally
you mention
separate.
Campus Edge a while ago, so maybe we're confused with that. But what, you're saying that these two, the funding, the amounts in the budget are gonna come out of the project that you guys are working on?
There is a 600,000 separate budget from the Campus Edge assigned to site signage.
Okay,
For the
then it
West
is coming out of,
Yeah,
then it is,
sorry.
okay. So I go back to my question, is this the first allocation?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't, is the 600,000, when you planned out all the Campus Edge projects, how you want to spend that money, had you pre-decided 600,000 was the right amount for West Campus? And here's where I'm headed. If it's the first thing out of the starting gate, how do you know you won't run out of money at the time you get to the rest of the projects? We're not seeing a master plan for all Campus Edge projects. We're seeing one here that's got two LEDs, which are very expensive.
No.
And then I have a broader concern is, when we started talking about signage years ago, we did something on this campus, or actually it was West Campus, we came up with a campus design. We said we wanted signage to look like this. Does this fit this? Or have we gone off on a whole new tangent about the way the signage looks?
So from the
I'm not feeling
original.
real good about this out of the starting gate, to be quite honest.
Go ahead, August.
Yeah, to answer your question directly, the funding and the planning, happened before I took over, but the direct answer to that is yes, the original budget for the West Campus only, as specified in the 14 bond, is actually 500,000. And the East Campus only, 500,000 out of 600,000. The East Campus only got 100,000 because the East Campus already had 5.5 million in the Campus Edge project.
I'm not following these numbers. Is anyone else? Yeah, I got
The
real.
original plan had 600,000 digital signage, 500,000 of which was allotted for the West Campus, specifically geared towards
Okay.
engaging Turner Ramirez to execute this.
Let's start at
campus.
this slightly different. What was the amount in the bond issue for Campus Edge? $1 million something, wasn't it? Campus Edge projects? Entire, yeah,
It's over 5 million.
5 million.
5.5.
And so when you did that planning, you all said, you didn't just pull 5 million out of the air. You said, we're gonna recommend this much for this campus and this much for this campus, whatever. And you out of that was 600,000 for digital signage, of which, no?
No, the 600,000 was separate. There was a line item, East Campus, 5.5.
Is the 600,000 within that 5 million figure that you just quoted?
No, the 600,000 was independent for digital signage with a sub-allocation of 500,000 for the West and 100,000 for the East.
And which budget category is it coming out of ultimately? Campus Edge, building projects?
Digital signage of 500.
So it's separate than the
Yes,
Campus
it's
Edge?
separate than Campus.
Well, this
So-
is really confusing, folks. We've gone back and forth on this.
So it is really under budget, as was previously defined for 500,000 for West Campus digital signage.
Under budget by estimates, you still have to get bids, and you don't know where they'll come in. I still have some fundamental questions about, because I don't understand the numbers and how it fits into the total bond package. I'm not against signage. We need signage, but I have concerns that I don't understand how this fits in if we're going to be ultimately the long-term okay on all our projects, and we're setting a direction for signage that without knowing what our design concepts for all the signage are, so we have a consistency between campuses, which is what we said how many years ago, Claudia, when we were doing the signage into the last bond project, and we said, we're gonna start this project, it's gonna be long-term to get all our campuses re-signed, but we want the same design aesthetic. And now we come up with totally new designs, so we don't know that. And then my third concerns are, why are we doing 2 LEDs that are less than a football field's apart? Of which at one location, I don't see how you're gonna see it unless you go in by the curve. It just doesn't make sense to me. Am I the only one, Regents, that are?
No.
I mean, I'm being very articulate, and I apologize for that if I'm not seeing what's going on here.
Driveway that takes you into the dome, because we have so many activities there, would be a better place, I think, for the second one. As far as the digital, I
There's no
know
traffic
it
over here.
seems expensive, but 10 years from now, you don't have to replace the whole thing. You will be able to, I'll tell you, this Del Mar sign, the Viking, will change in 3 years, because the students will want something new and more trendy. So, because it's a digital sign, we will be able to do that without taking the whole panel off and starting from scratch.
And based upon my experience, in 10 years from now, you're gonna be buying a new digital system.
It'll be holograms.
No, or because it'll be it probably has a shelf life just like the safety equipment we talked about earlier. Mary knows, she's done this at A&M campus. Yeah.
I was just gonna say,
There-
is there anything built in for maintenance? Because there will be maintenance.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
like the.
I think they're wonderful opportunities to communicate, and as you just said, you can keep up with stuff, and you can but we're just making a future commitment.
Right, but I don't want to end up with a particular building that we have on the corner there and not being able to do anything about it. Because this decision has to last a lifetime.
At least
And
yours
it
and my
won't
lifetimes.
stand, yeah, it's at least our lifetime. And it's not gonna stand in our corrosive environment. 10 years, we need to do something that is gonna be easy for us to maintain and continue to work and change.
So let me offer this. I don't do this very often, but let me back this proposal up, and let us go back and bring the bond dollars. So we'll have the sheets with the numbers and the breakout of the numbers for both the edge projects separate from the signage projects and so forth. So we'll start by the numbers, move forward, and represent this particular item. So I recommend that we table this at this time and reprocess it so we can better present it at another time, and maybe as soon as next month.
And Trey, this goes back to what we discussed in closed session last time, I believe. I'd like to see us have the presentation this month and vote on it next month so that we can understand it, unless it's an emergency. Like when the tuition was raised. We should have had a little bit more time to think about it.
I don't disagree with that, Ed. I do think every single agenda item to present it 1 month into the next month may be a little, particularly against maybe owners, but I think particularly in this case, there's been enough concern shared that it wasn't an easy decision. We've raised questions. So I thank you, Mark, for being willing to do that and to take it back, rework, come back with the numbers, but I think you heard more than just numbers here. I think you heard some other concerns, so.
I mean, just begin by the numbers and with the numbers, and we'll look at the full presentation and the scope of the specs on this whole thing.
So, okay. Since Dr. Escamilla has offered to do that, is there anything else that Regents want to make sure when they bring this back, that you have more information about and you know about, in either context or specifics, or what do you want to see when that presentation comes back?
Just a concern about the distance between the two signs, if that's necessary.
Yeah, in the meantime, we should all, we
Drive out there.
all have a homework assignment. We're all going to drive out there.
A couple other takeaways on this. All the bond dollars, every bond dollar that is going to be expended is going to come before you all. So I'll use this as a lesson to prepare for other presentations as well that aren't just full-scale buildings and the like. So we'll work up a different system from this. So we'll learn from this and turn this into a positive for the next time. And other smaller projects, because there's going to be road projects and there's many other smaller projects still in the 14 bond that'll be coming forth.
I think that's a good point, and part of what you may be sensing today from us is it's the first project out of the chute related to these other non-building sort of stuff, right? And so all of a sudden, you guys are intimately familiar with that bond issue because you built it, right? So maybe part of it is context setting, which we talked about before, which is don't come with that first project out of the gate. Come in with, okay, here's of all the bond issues, we're going to drill down and say, here's the things related to these sorts of stuff, and these are all the things we anticipate. Show us that the whole general plan and say, now today we're going to bring this one to you, and here's why, and here's what we've done, and here's how it fits into the context, here's how it fits into dollars, here's how it fits into the design concepts, so we understand the big picture. I think that's what would be helpful.
Yeah, I totally agree, because we have over 70 million more to execute, and a lot of them are small projects.
Yeah.
So painting the rest of the bond picture would be just ideal.
Right. Remember, we're not dealing with it every day like you guys are. I think it'd be helpful, so.
Yes,
Okay. Anything else that we want to, Augie, do we need to technically have the person that made the, oh, we didn't make a motion on this one, that was a prior one, so we're good to go.
No.
Okay, we'll table that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 11, discussion and possible action related to the addition of the new AAS Advanced Technology and Robotics and Mechanics degree. We invite Dr. Beth Lewis back to the podium for items number 11 and 12.
And 13.
The
We're gonna deactivate
Deactivation program first. Deactivation of engineering technology.
Isn't that what?
The next several items.
Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong, I was
Yeah.
one agenda item off, 10, 11, and 12. Thank you.
Okay. As you know, one of the things that we always take very seriously is what's the job market for the certificate or the degree? Can our students, when they finish, get a good paying job in that field? Because if they can't, particularly in the AASs, there's really not a lot of reasoning for doing that. And one of the things I want to talk to you about today is the recommendation for the deactivation of our engineering technology AAS and the supporting certificates for that. We're recommending that we deactivate engineering technology and the following 4 supporting certificates in that field: basic engineering technology, instrumentation electronics, advanced engineering technology, and essentials engineering technology. A little bit of rationale behind this. The job market outlook, if you look at these numbers, 2014 to 2024, so 10-year period, we're already at 2018. In the entire United States, the job market is predicted to go down 2%. In the coastal bend, there will be a 4% growth, but that means literally 7 jobs in the next 10 years in this field. We had 24 declared majors in fall of 16. Don't think, oh wait, but you've got so many majors, because they're probably miscoded. They're probably in the wrong field. If you remember, one of the certificates is instrumentation technology. Many of our students meant to go into instrumentation, not instrumentation technology. 2 different fields. Essentially, what has happened is that this program is outdated. And in the past, think back when you had the big fat screen TV, not flat screen, but you had the big one that weighed 400 pounds and something went wrong with it, you took it to a TV repair shop and they kept it and they replaced parts in it. You had a VCR that cost $2,000 and they replaced parts in it, and now it's not worth doing that. We simply don't replace parts like that because our systems are so much more advanced now. Generally now, we just move on. We get a new piece, it's cheaper, it's more efficient, and it lasts longer. We had 6 graduates in this program since spring of 15. So in the last 3 years, we've had 6 people. And that's with all 4 degrees and all 4 certificates and the degree. So that's spread out over 5 awards. The program review for this program was supposed to have been done in 2016 and 2017. It was not submitted. The chair of the department, the dean, and the program review committee have all recommended program termination, not only because the program review was not finished. But because of the rest of these factors, there aren't any jobs in this area. We did take this to the curriculum committee on May 10th, and they did approve our recommendation for program termination. If it is approved today by you, the next steps that we will do is I'll notify SAC COC and the coordinating board, and then of course all references will be deleted in DMC publications. The remaining students will migrate to instrumentation, process technology, or mechatronics, and you're thinking, what the heck is mechatronics? Stay tuned, that's the next proposal. And then we do have one faculty member, and he will be reassigned to teach Microsoft Office and possibly Intro to Computers or Intro to Networks. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you have about this proposal.
Do the students know that it's about to be terminated, the ones that are in it currently? They've been brought into the loop?
That we've been talking about for about 2 years.
Okay.
So it's not, we never approach these things lightly or quickly. We look at the data, we think, can we make small changes? In this particular area, as you can imagine, with electronics, things move so quickly, and quite frankly, our curriculum has not kept up with it. And we are at a point where we are so far behind with this particular program in the way that it is set up that we want to reinvent it into the next program.
That makes
I'm about
total
to talk
sense.
about.
The AAS in engineering technology, do you happen to know when that was put into place?
I don't. I can look that up for you.
You might ask our resident historian, Claudia Jackson. Do you remember?
It's been around probably 3 decades.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
And-
sorry?
When they split off instrumentation, engineering technology started around 2015.
Oh.
It's been around.
But it was before then.
Yeah, but I seem to remember that at some point that was tweaked, or we thought that was going to be a leader into the engineering programs at A&M, and that's really my ultimate question. Is that?
That has not occurred.
Yeah. So in other words, we're not losing anything there either by. Okay.
And you did say that there was only 4 students from 2014 or 2013 that.
Yes, ma'am, 2015. 6 students over an associate degree and 4 certificates.
Do you know if other colleges, community colleges are also, or have also deleted this technology?
Yes, ma'am. Most of them have deleted it, or they have recreated it into the next proposal I want to talk about.
So you're looking at recreating?
Yes, ma'am.
It is another illustration of how quickly and nimble that community colleges can be to, as opposed to what a university does, to have to go up through the coordinating board, and means that we're being responsive to the needs of the community and the jobs and, you know, the real world. So, are there other questions for Dr. Lewis on this?
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. I think Gabe got to it first. Any further discussion by regents? Any public comment on item number 10? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 11, discussion and possible action related to the addition of new AAS Advanced Technology and Robotics/Mechanics degree. Now we're
Yes.
on that item.
Thank you. Mechatronics is what we're going to be talking about next.
Mechatronics.
Say that again so we can all learn the word. Mechatronics.
I'm going to explain where that comes from in just a moment. So, we're not doing away with our approach to technology and all of that completely. What we want to do is we want to offer the training and the degrees for the students that can currently get them the jobs that we're looking at. And that's advanced technology and robotics and mechatronics. If it is approved, this will start in fall of 2019. Why is it taking so long? Because remember, this is going to be a substantive change that I'll be writing for SACS. And substantive changes are running between 9 and 11 months for approval now. Going along with, we'll have to have it approved by the coordinating board, and we can do both of those at the same time, but again, it's a timeline issue. So environmental scanning and a feasibility study, we input from oil and gas industry, manufacturing sector, all of them help determine the local need. I'll talk about that in just a minute. There are 2 colleges in our region, and in our region is kind of that's a stretch, because I wouldn't say Houston Community College is in our region any more than South Texas College is, but those are the closest ones that also offer this degree. Okay, so you're thinking, what is this? Well, advanced technology is the new approach to design and development in the industry. And here's the word we were looking for before, mechatronics. It's a combination of the terms mechanical and electronics, okay? It's the blending of several disciplines. It includes electronics, robotics, instrumentation, and computer control systems. Basically, the technologists in this field, they do everything. They assemble, they operate, they test, they repair, they maintain unmanned, automated, robotic, and electromechanical equipment. So think about everything that happens automatically in your life. That is someone in mechatronics that is taking care of that piece of equipment. When Mr. Alfonso was talking about earlier how someone on this campus can program the sign somewhere else, part of that is mechatronics. But it's also the things that, and this may be a poor example, but when you're at the airport waiting for your luggage, somebody loads it onto the conveyor belt, but there's someone who is programming it to go to the right place, not necessarily in Corpus, but in other places.
Yep.
Wow, you really just sold this program to us, for all of us who've had luggage end up in the wrong city.
Oh,
so.
wait, I'm about to do it now, yes. And only because the Corpus Airport is small and it all comes out in one place. Okay. So here's the job market. Here's the demand. We're always looking at, can they get jobs? All right. Texas's demand is 18% in the next 2 years. 18% in the next 2 years. The national growth rate for comparison is 4%. So obviously, we're in the right place for these jobs. This is a direct result of that expanding industrial workforce in the coastal bend with ExxonMobil, OxyChemical, Occidental Oil and Gas. This is a good livable wage, very livable, $28 to $36 an hour, and that's direct data from area industry surveys. So this is money that can make a big difference in someone's family and in someone's community. Right now, as you remember, we have 4 associate in science degrees, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, industrial engineering, mechanical engineering. We just deactivated the engineering technology and the 4 certificates that support it. This proposal was approved by the curriculum committee on May 10th, 2018. We also currently have a program director with the skills and the credentials to oversee the new program. So this is not going to mean that we have to hire anybody new. That got your attention. Everyone looked up on that one. We do already have full-time and adjunct faculty in engineering and industrial science areas, because remember, this program is a blending from many areas, because you've got to know electronics, you've got to know robotics, you've got to know all of these different things. We already have the courses needed for this program in other programs. Many of our classrooms are already furnished with the necessary lab equipment. This program will be housed in the Emerging Technology Building on West Campus. We will need some additional equipment to build out a simulated manufacturing environment. That's our big long-term goal, and we could do that with some 2014 bond money.
Dr. Lewis, what I'm hearing you say is.
Elva, if you be sure you turn on your microphone, move it a little closer to you so we can hear. Thank you.
Okay, what I'm hearing you say is that even though we cannot start the program until 2019, we have classes that you will be able to count for this degree.
Yes, ma'am. We have classes that we're already teaching in other areas that when we repackage this degree,
They will be able to, okay,
Yes,
good, okay, thank you.
That's great. Other questions? Anything you want to add, Mark? Or you?
No, you said it. This is the community college evolving. This is what program review brings. This is what our advisory boards bring. This is where we were talking about this the other day, how the curriculum bubbles up from the faculty, and that's exactly what this is demonstrating.
Great. Do we have a motion? Motion from Elva. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Gabe. Any further discussion or questions by regents? Any public comments on item number 11? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 12, discussion and possible action related to the new AAS in Electrical Transmission and Distribution Systems Technology degree.
thank you. I swear this is the last thing I'll ask you for today. Okay. Okay, electrical transmission and distribution systems technology, again, it would start in fall 2019 for the same reasons. It takes a long time to get substantive change reports. and request approved by SACS. We would start with kind of a small cohort, about 15 students a year. It's going to be face-to-face classroom with web-enhanced materials. And AEP is partnering with 3 community colleges in the nation, only 3. And Del Mar College is the only one in Texas where they want to offer experiential learning opportunities at the end of their program. They want to place them in as paid interns at the end of their program.
Are they still technically interns then, or are they actually going to hire them or is it an intern before they actually get their degree that they're paid?
Thank you,
And
yes.
then- so
It would
the-
be in their capstone project, their last
Got it.
semester. Yes, sir, I misspoke, I apologize. So electrical transmission, this is what now, don't think about these as the guys who are climbing the poles who are, bringing your electricity back on after a storm. They work in power plants as operators, distributors, dispatchers. They control the systems that generate and distribute the power. So however that power is generated, whether it's coal, it's nuclear power, it's natural gas, they have to read charts, meters, gauges, they monitor voltage and electricity flows, they check the equipment for operation problems, and they can start or stop generators, turbines, and other equipment. So for the most part, these are not your line installers. These are the people who are making the electricity go to the lines. Texas has an increased demand of 15% in the next 2 years. The local demand is 13.4%. Starting salary in our region, about $32 an hour. Again, very much a livable wage. That's reported by Area Industries surveys. The training request originated from AEP due to a shortage of high-skilled workers. And just as a reminder, AEP provides power and distribution services to half the population in Texas. Half the population in Texas. That's a lot of people. And again, they'll offer our students apprenticeships. That's the word I was looking for, not internships. Thank you.
Right.
Apprenticeships. Yes, sir.
Is AEP the only company locally that would be hiring, potentially
No.
hiring? Or
No.
So we're
They're
not
the-
just creating a degree for one particular company?
No, sir, not at all, not at all.
Okay.
Students coming out of this program could work for any power distribution company.
Do we have many of those in Corpus besides AEP?
No.
Not in Corpus, but there could.
Topaz,
Okay.
or what used to be Topaz, right? With power generation.
Well, where I'm headed, and there's nothing wrong with this, but just saying, this degree seems to me like it's going to potentially export people from Corpus Christi to other parts of the state rather than keep them here in town. Because how many jobs ultimately, even at 15 a year, once you get your cohorts up and running, they're coming out, or there that many jobs in the area? Then now they may be in Texas, obviously, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I just want to be honest about what I see potentially is what's going to happen here.
Well, she's got local
Got the
demand.
numbers
How did you figure out the local demand, 13.4%?
The local demand came from area surveys. Dr.
Gotcha.
Iago, do you want to address
It
that?
was typically, pardon me.
Yes, please come to the microphone, thanks.
Through the Department of Labor data is where we pulled it from. And then the Regional Workforce Board information is usually where we get the stats from. And so it's my understanding from AEP, their corporate location is here. And so much of the control room and those operations are here. And so that's where the opportunity will come from. Will they move to other parts? Possibly. The other thing that I want to add is with the starting wages, within about 3 to 5 years, their employees are making about $175,000 a year. And so these are definitely high demand or high wage positions. And so with the rate of the turnover, that's why we're going with a smaller cohort. And so the 15, so that we're not flooding the market at the same time. So that's why, yes, it's smaller, but AEP is going to be a great partner in regards to donations and working with us on blank slate curriculum so that it's not branded with just their name, so that we're being employer friendly as well.
Good.
I have no problem with, I'm sorry, I have no problem with them going someplace else because many times they will come back and they will be a far better employee with a bigger scope in their view, in that dream that we profess with. So I don't have a problem with that. And AEP has been such a great corporate partner with all of this community. I mean, it's not just Del Mar College. You can see, they sponsor so many things and they love the education part. I don't work for AP, but anyway, I would if I could, but, I just think it would be the same thing that we're doing with Exxon. Because some of those students that we talked to that day, are moving to Houston.
Okay. I know you've probably got a couple more slides, and then we'll make sure there'll be more questions.
So again, the institutional capacity, I've said this before, as a reminder, we offer those 4 degrees in engineering. We've just deactivated one. We've deactivated the certificates that go with it. And again, we took this proposal to the curriculum committee on May 10th, and it was approved. And again, we have a program director already in place with skills and credentials to oversee it. It is not the same program director as the others. We already have full-time and adjunct faculty in engineering and industrial sciences courses. Again, courses are already offered in other programs that exist. Many of our classrooms are already furnished with the necessary lab equipment. And again, this will be in the Emerging Technology Building on West Campus. And then any additional equipment that we need, AEP has agreed to donate to us.
So I have a question about, you said that we're the only community college in Texas that AEP is partnering with. Do other community colleges offer this electrical transmission and distribution system technology degree?
They do, and it is no, I'm sorry, it's not in Texas, it's in North Dakota.
The only other programs in Texas are the lineman training. And so this is the power grid. And so that was the other thing I wanted to say, I'm sorry, that, the skills I feel like are actually transferable. So I've been talking with Dean McKinney about sharing the process technology control room. So those of you that have been in there for the scholarship meetings, it's the same learning environment. And so being able to move that energy, or in his case, move chemicals and fluids, there's a lot of skill sets that are very similar as well. So that part I think is good, so that just from a workforce standpoint, that they are transferable to other sectors.
My question was related to the potential market for students. This actually could be a program that recruits students from across the state. If you want to work
Absolutely.
at ERCOT, if you want to work in any sort of power generation across the state, this would be a community college in Texas that you could go to. So there would be opportunities actually to recruit folks from other areas who might not stay here, but
Yes.
that's
But
okay
would pay
too.
out a district tuition.
That would pay out a district tuition potentially.
And
State.
to your
right.
point, Regent Scott, we are going to make sure that the majority of the curriculum is online. And I've already been talking with AEP about a mobile unit that can go to other areas as well for training purposes.
Because when you think about everything from wind energy to natural gas energy to coal to water, I mean, there's hydro energy, there's all kinds of opportunities in power generation in the state of Texas.
That just triggered a question. When someone does online classes, they still pay according to where they live, the type of tuition bracket, right? So they could live someplace out of our district and still pay. So our local taxpayers are not funding people's distance learning at a different rate, right? Okay. Great. Other questions?
Will these be located in the new workforce building or stay in the ET?
ET, it will be in the ET. Emerging Technology.
Okay. Well, this has been an energizing discussion. So does anyone like to make a motion?
Highly charged.
Highly charged?
I move to
Electrifying.
approve the program, Mr. Chairman.
We had a motion from Sandra, and then I think Gabe, you were coming in at that time. Any further discussion? Any public comments on item number 12? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. At this point in our agenda, we're going to open it up for general public comments. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to the board during public comments? Hearing none, we will go into closed session. So if you'll hold tight while in your seats while I read this, and then we'll clear the room and go into closed session. Texas Government Code 551.074A1, personnel matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, including annual evaluation of college president with possible discussion and action in open session, and B, Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer with possible discussion and action in open session, and the seeking legal advice from counsel with possible discussion and action in open session. At 3:23, we'll go into closed session. It is 3:37, and we are coming out of closed session. Next on our agenda is calendaring. And Regents, you have in front of you your calendar for July going forward for the next several months. It is our busy period as we move into the additional meetings related to the annual budget and tax approvals. July 10th is the board day. Again, hold the morning open just in case if we end up with some sort of workshop, or particularly as we talked about earlier today with the timing of the Southside campus. These are times that we might be adding special segments related to that. The first of our extra meetings is July 30th at 12 noon. It's the budget workshop. I think based on what we talked about today, we'll try to get some more of those budget questions answered for the 10th. It'll be a chance to discuss that, and then if there's additional feedback, then that would be refined by the 30th. I believe, if it's correct, Dr. Escamilla, that by the 30th, we will, have a little better sense from the appraisal board, so that'll really start to come into focus. So don't come prepared on the 10th to have more information, but we won't have the total picture until we get closer to the 30th. But we have raised some very good questions today that I know the administration is going to take to heart and do some looking at. In August 1st, we have a very special opportunity. Mark, you want to tell us a little bit about that during the calendar?
So August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, we'll be hosting, for the first time ever, the Texas Association of Community Colleges summer or annual meeting. And so we'll be based out of the Omni Hotel. There'll be several receptions along the way, and I will make sure and get that detailed calendar to you all. There'll be receptions at the aquarium, at the Lexington, and at the Omni itself. So I'll get you all those details as we move ahead. I think they're just firming up the details of that agenda. It'll be a great thing. Like I said, that's the first time that we've ever hosted that statewide annual conference, so it'll be a lot of fun.
Just to be clear, I don't think we're expected, maybe not even invited, to participate during the day-long sessions. It may be evening sessions or social events where you would be there to help you represent.
It is the Association of Community Colleges. It's the president's annual meeting and so forth, but there will be plenty of opportunity for you all to join us in those, particularly those receptions, to come and do meet and greets and those kinds of things. But y'all will be most welcome, so I'd love to see you all there.
Great, okay. Then on August 14th is our board day, and as usual, hold the morning open just in case. And then August 20th, in the evening at 5:30 is the budget and tax rates hearing. And on the 23rd, the tax rate hearing, the second hearing, which we generally need. And then at noon on the 28th, the budget approval and tax rate approval that would be here in this room at noon.
I have a question, Trey. When's
Sure.
graduation in August? The 17th?
Okay.
Is it?
And GED's 21st.
I'm asking. I don't know when it is. I'm asking.
No, I'm saying GED.
Hold on, we're talking about two different things. Hang on, we're tripping over. Let's not, okay, so, hang on, let me check my calendar.
21st.
Okay.
That's, GED is June 21st.
June 21st.
The summer graduation is, you have it confirmed? August 17th, okay. Let's put that in that calendar. We'll put that in the calendar.
I think I heard someone ask, do we have a speaker yet for that?
No, we do not. We're working on that, though. We have some pretty good ideas.
Good. Okay, and then moving into September board day on the 11th, and then and that's it. Does anyone have any other calendaring items to add for consideration? Okay, hearing none, we are adjourned at 3:41 and a half PM.